Time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
The Seahawks are back on the board today with 4 picks in the second and third round, 50, 52, 82, 92. Before we get started, I got to tell you who's on the show today, and we got to react to a new Seahawk. I'm with Curtis Rogers and Brady Henderson today. As you guys know, Michael Bumpus is going to be on draft coverage with Brock Wyman, and then Bob Stelton leading the guys. That's going to start live later and then take you through the entirety of, are they doing rounds 2 and 3?
2 and 3.
God, those guys have a long day.
They're
but again,
sickos.
yeah, those freaks, football freaks. So you guys are going to have coverage there, but you are in good hands, not just with a name you're familiar with Curtis, but also a Seahawks expert, ESPN's Brady Henderson. Brady, we've got some football questions for you coming up with 4 Down territory, but I have a football question to lead off the show, which is how you feel about Grey Zabel, a name you predicted for Seattle at 18.
I did, yeah. And
Wow.
yeah, that was my first time in 8 years at
Getting
ESPN
it right?
getting a Seahawks mock draft pick correct. So, yeah, I think it was a great pick, not just because that was the one I thought they were going to do, but just because I think it's a really good marriage of need and value, and not only that, but upside. And I think the thing that Zabel has over some of those other interior offensive linemen that they could have taken is 36.5-inch vertical jump, 9-foot 3-inch broad jump. So
3-sport athlete in high school.
yeah, he was a lefty pitcher who was like in the low 90s with a fastball. But
Speaking of freaks.
Shout out to us lefties.
yeah, but the point is, when you talk about a guy who is that explosive, now you're talking about a guy with a great deal of upside. And look, I think Grey Zabel, the baseline is going to be, he's going to start at guard for a long time. He's also going to give you some really nice versatility, having played basically every position on the offensive line. Now, the whole idea, he played left tackle last year, as you mentioned. The idea in moving him inside is that NFL tackles, like NFL teams want those guys typically to have, 34-inch arms.
His are a little shorter.
Yeah, his are a little shorter than that. So that is the idea behind moving him inside. He does project as a guard for them as opposed to a center, but he's played all of those positions, so you get some versatility. And again, with that kind of explosiveness, you get a lot of upside. So with some of those other guys they could have taken, some of those other interior offensive linemen, the upside may not have been there.
Right.
But because of the athleticism with Zabel, it is there. And look, I think short of maybe trading back a couple picks and getting him, I think that would have been a grand slam. But taking Grey Zabel at 18 with that kind of upside, you know what you're getting in terms of the personality. I think that's a home run.
As someone with short little T-Rex arms myself, it's important to have representation on this team, and so I felt very seen when John Schneider made this
You feel
pick.
represented by
I feel
somebody who's
represented.
6'6", 312
But
pounds.
he's petite in his own way,
Right.
and I appreciate that. Curtis, a while ago, we opened the show. This was on John and Pete's press conference, or John and Mike's press conference earlier this
Right.
week. We opened the show by pointing to one quote from John in particular, and Brady, I know you remember this one. It was when he said, I think it's kind of a lazy narrative to say that we haven't tried with the offensive line. Curtis, when you heard that, did you wonder if they'd go offensive line at all in the first round?
Boy, it made me very concerned that they were going to just continue to push it back further and further. Maybe second round, maybe even third round is when they would address the offensive line. But I was very encouraged to see them finally kind of rip off that Band-Aid and be like, fine, we will
Fine, we'll do it.
appease you jackals and take an offensive lineman in the first round. I did not see anybody that was mad with that pick last night. I think just consensus is that this is the best thing the Seahawks could have done for themselves last night in taking a guy who can play in the interior and a guy who comes very, very respected. And we all know how much the Seahawks really put an emphasis on Senior Bowl performance. Yep. And the fact that he was like the MVP of the Senior Bowl, or at least one of the guys that
Practice player of the week.
Right. MVP,
yeah,
sure,
right.
yeah.
and I think, to your point, I think some
Yeah.
teams might value the practices themselves more so than the game at the end of the week. And he was, as voted on by, I think, a lot of scouts there, the best player in practice that week.
Yeah, so, I mean, it just – all the arrows were pointing to this guy being a target of the Seahawks. And it's kind of rare, too, that the Seahawks pick a guy that we've all talked about in the weeks leading up to the draft.
That's the first time I can think of that happening.
That was stunning to me. Maybe Charles Cross, although there were other guys like Evan Neal in that draft that were left tackles.
So Neal ended up going
he went before
5
Cross,
to the Giants, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, so it was weird to see Goodell come to the podium and announce Grey Zabel, and it was like, oh, okay, I know who that is. Like,
I've heard of that guy.
Yeah, we talked about him quite a bit over the last few weeks.
In the Senior Bowl, it's a really good point from Curtis because he went to North Dakota State University, which is an FCS program. So there's a huge jump in not only, in competition from that to, Power 5 schools, let alone that to the NFL. But that's why the Senior Bowl was so big because you see him competing against much better players, and not only competing, but in some cases dominating. I wasn't there, but the word on his Senior Bowl performance was that he was not only holding his own against these guys from much bigger programs, much bigger conferences, but he was beating them.
I will say, though, about North Dakota State is that they're an FCS program that could easily compete at the FBS level.
They are top of the line.
Well,
they're the program.
I'll toss into Curtis's point. I was gonna say one thing that you guys talked about with Grey last night on that press conference, Brady, is the offers that he did get from, including some Power 5 schools, which I know you guys clarified with him.
Yeah, and good on Greg Bell for kind of pressing that question of
go, Greg.
He had said that he had turned down some offers, and then Greg came back and said, well, what kind of offers are we talking about? Are we talking about 6-figure offers from Power 5 schools? And he said, yes. So, which, I think is pretty cool. Now, he was probably making some decent money at North Dakota State, but that's clearly a guy who, and he talked about this in another answer, but, a guy who was loyal to the people who had helped him get to where he was. And he's a North Dakota guy. He talked about farming last night.
As one does.
He drew a kind of a fun comparison between farming and playing football, where you plant a seed in the spring and then you watch it grow.
Who asked him about whether or not there was a farming thing that made him better, like a workout or something ended up making his body better? I thought that was such a fun question, because then I imagined him, like, what would it be that made him better as an offensive line? Like, he's like pushing.
Yeah, pushing a tractor or like, throwing hay bales over his. I think that was Corbin Smith. But he's apparently done quite a bit of farming in his life. And, the answer that really got me was, I think, towards the end of maybe the last question of the press conference, somebody was asking him, okay, well, like, what do you do now? You're in North Dakota hanging out with family. What do you do now? And he said, well, I think I'm going to start diving into these bush lights.
Which that John Schneider took issue with.
Right.
Going to the Mac and Jack's text line, Curtis, I'll start with you, though. This is really a question for both of you guys. We have a listener who said, we lost one of our guards in free agency, so they kind of had to. However, one thing that I know so many of us had been talking about leading into the draft is how unpredictable the Seahawks can be, and also what if that best available approach that John Schneider has been, really, really focusing on does not lead them to Grey Zabel. Was there another player, Curtis, that you had your eyes on? Or to you, did you think the greatest need doesn't necessarily mean you thought they'd go with offensive line? And Brady, I'll have the same question for you as well.
Well, just looking at the players that were picked after Grey Zabel, Matthew Golden is one that I know had been talked about a lot as a potential option for the Seahawks, as a guy that could come in and fill maybe a not necessarily the entire void left by DK Metcalf's departure, but something that you have a playmaker potentially. I know Jihad Campbell was somebody too that I know Wyman was excited potentially that he could be available to the Seahawks. He goes at pick 31 to the Eagles. Josh Connerly, another guy from Oregon, a local guy, I think Rainier Beach.
Yep.
That was somebody who I think a lot of people were kind of like, oh, maybe they take the hometown kid. Funny enough, another hometown kid goes right after at pick 19. But just kind of looking at the guys that went after Grey Zabel, I wouldn't necessarily say I was in love with any of them. So I think considering what was available to them at 18 and also seeing a couple of those offensive lineman names go off the board early, Kelvin Banks, you saw, Tyler Booker go to Dallas. I think at some point you were going to have to make a pick because who knows if Zabel was going to be there. Let's say you trade down to the end of the first round, and we saw Donovan Jackson go at 24. So I think where the Seahawks were picking, they did get the best value in terms of their need.
Yeah, Will Johnson, the cornerback from Miami, was one player I had kind of wondered about. They brought him in for a pre-draft visit a week or two ago, and I think I would guess that was largely health-related. You know, when you bring a guy in for a visit like that, typically you have a big question about that guy, and you're trying to answer it, whether it's about the guy's personality, his competitiveness, his character, or I think in this case it might have been the injury situation, because Will Johnson had dealt with some injuries, also had not run a 40. Presumably because he was injured, and or because he's maybe like a 4.5 guy who didn't want
he's like,
the world to know.
Time up
yeah,
there.
who didn't want the world to know that
That's
he's
why
not.
I also haven't run a 40. No one needs to see the 7 in front of that number.
Yeah, no, I think you can beat 7. But
Thank you, Brady.
Yeah, but no, Will Johnson, I think that would have been interesting because the obvious Michigan connection is there, and not sure if Mike McDonald coached him there, but he would have obviously had a great deal of connections there. And there are coaches on this staff who are at Michigan more recently. Jay Harbaugh, the special teams coordinator, Chris Partridge, the outside linebackers coach, I believe, were at Michigan more recently. So the bottom line is, they would have had a good amount of intel into Will Johnson. And cornerback, certainly not nearly as big of a need as the interior of their offensive line, but still something of a need for them. So that was a guy I wondered about. The trade back possibility, they're always going to be looking to do that. And it sounds like, John Schneider said there were discussions about that never came to fruition. So I didn't know whether that meant that they pulled the plug on those trades or that other teams, they just never were able to come to an agreement there. But I think the thought was you move back a little bit and you could either get Grey Zabel or you could get another offensive lineman that they had rated comparably to them. So maybe that would have been like the grand slam scenario. But again, I think getting Grey Zabel at 18, that's still a home run. All
right, well, we're going to take a listen to a little bit of Grey Zabel sound when we come back, Brady. I'm going to start with you with our first question, then we'll just ping-pong back and forth about the fit of Grey Zabel here in Seattle. Matt, I'm going to go cut 9 and then 5. First, John Schneider on what he likes about Grey Zabel's game.
I like how he finishes the blocks and then finding his targets down the field in space. Obviously, he's a really great athlete, how he moves, and then it's easy to overlook pass protection. You talk wide zone all the time, but you could argue that's kind of where it starts in the evaluation process. And pretty hard to find a rep that he had a hard time winning down in Mobile. And he took a lot of them.
Cut number 5. This is Grey Zabel on his mentality running outside zone.
I love outside zone. Get to be a big athlete and go run out in space and really show your athleticism along the line of scrimmage. So we started running a little bit more outside zone at North Dakota State this year with our head coach coming in, and he's an Iowa guy. And we just talked about the importance of understanding the defense and stop beating your head against the wall trying to run A-gap power and their sacks in the box. Let's go get to the edge. Let's use our athleticism, and let's go play ball and let our running backs make us right. So I think outside zone's a really fun scheme to run, and I'm super excited that the Seahawks are kind of diving into that.
Okay, so we heard from Mike McDonald what he likes about Grey Zabel's game. John Schneider also calling him really tough. They like how athletic he is. And then we heard from Grey Zabel about what he appreciates about the direction Seattle's offense is moving in. Brady, what is that direction that Seattle's offense is moving in, and how does Grey kind of fit inside of it?
I think it's moving towards more of a tough-minded run-first offense, and again, as we've all talked about, it's going to feature a heavy dose of outside zone runs. And when you're talking about that kind of rushing scheme, I'm no O-line expert, but I know enough about it to know that you really want those more athletic guys. And so that I think that created, or it would have created, had Tyler Booker still been there at 18, a fascinating debate, because Tyler Booker he's the guard from Alabama. He is a big, powerful, mauler, finisher type guy, and I think it would have created an interesting decision for them. Maybe not for them, but at least in terms of for people like us to debate is, do you want that kind of guy who would have been probably a very good tone setter, Or do you want the guy who's the better athlete who, would presumably be a better fit for this kind of zone blocking scheme? And so, John Schneider told us right after they made the pick that Grey Zabel was their highest rated interior offensive lineman. So we know what decision they would have made, but I think it's just interesting to highlight kind of the different styles of players there. And I think for them, for what they want to do offensively, getting their offensive linemen out in space, asking those guys to move a lot, I think Zabel always seemed to me like the much better fit.
Curtis, similarly, the direction they're moving in, I thought you'd be interested in kind of the philosophical approach, right? Like, I know that, us and Brady, just now talking about scheme and talking about where they're going in terms of, Kubiak's offense and how they benefit from Grey Zabel. But I got that what stuck out to you was also where they're going philosophically and then backing it up with the pick.
Yeah, we talked, or we heard Mike McDonald talk just as soon as the season was over, how he wants to make this just a incredible running team. You saw the first move of the offseason being to let go Ryan Grubb. You bring in Clint Kubiak as offensive coordinator. This just kind of backs up what McDonald has wanted this team to be, at least ever since about that Cardinals game where Zach Charbonnet was running all over the place. Like, that has been just Mike McDonald's vision for this offense, and taking an interior offensive lineman with your first-round pick. Obviously, it's not a sexy pick. It's not a game-breaking wide receiver. It's not a quarterback or anything like that. But this is how you do that. It reminds me of last year, Jim Harbaugh, who is a guy that McDonald has learned from. His very first pick with the Chargers was Joe Alt, a left tackle. Like, that is how you build out a run game, is by fortifying that offensive line. And guys like Zabel and making those first-round investments in your offensive line, I think, yes, John Schneider probably, taking a guard in the first round is something that he usually is not comfortable with. He's talked about it a lot with Wyman and Bob, how offensive linemen, specifically guards, get overdrafted. But I don't think this is an overdraft at 18. I really don't. I think this was a very good pick.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of NFL fan bases, the idea of getting a guard in the first round is to borrow kind of an analogy from one of my ESPN colleagues, Jordan Reed. It's kind of like getting socks and underwear for Christmas.
That's exactly what it is. You're like, I need it, but I didn't want it.
Right, but I think for this fan base, I mean, this is like this would probably be heaven. You know what? I don't think there's another fan base who would welcome just a guard.
Look, the older you get,
it's like we're Harry Potter and we're getting socks. We're like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
I've been an orphan in a cupboard under the stairs.
Yeah, the older you get, socks and underwear at Christmas time, it's great. Like, I love it.
Oh, yeah. Well, now because we're washed and old. Now I'm like, you got me a vacuum? Oh, my God. Thank you so much. These
practical.
They're so expensive.
Great.
Sneaky expensive. The Seattle Mariners are back at T-Mobile Park starting tonight, kicking off a 5-game homestand with matchups against the Marlins and Angels. The action isn't just on the field. This homestand brings exciting giveaways, including the City Connect Captain's Hats and Moose Shoulder Plush, plus 2 special Mariners value games where you can score great deals. Don't miss a moment of the action. Grab your tickets now at mariners.com/tickets. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news. Headline Rewrites.
Headline 2, Shedeur Sanders is still on the board at the start of day 2. What's the real headline?
Shedeur might be Colorado's most prolific single-season passer, but so far, 32 teams are pretty good at passing on him.
That's right.
Yeah, and I don't think that, we as sort of draft observers tend to use the phrases like, oh, he's falling or he's rising. I don't think that's oftentimes the case. I think what it is we as media members are just catching up to what has been the reality in the NFL for a while. And remember when Shedeur Sanders had kind of that late pro day, they called it like a showcase or whatever?
Yes.
I think that was a reflection that their camp was realizing that he's not really like a lot of teams don't really have him as one of those early first-round guys like the mock draft.
It's like in any other, last year he'd be a clear second-rounder. No one would have thought twice about it. And now because he's a second-rounder, people are kind of freaking out and talking about, well, what's wrong with them? It's a good point.
Yeah,
It's funny because one of his pro comps in the whole draft process was Geno Smith.
Second-rounder.
And it's like, would you take a top 5 pick on a quarterback that his ceiling is Geno Smith? Probably not.
I don't know if he's got Geno's arm either.
I don't think so. And if he gets drafted in the second round, it's like, well, that was the round Geno Smith was taken in. So maybe it is a fitting draft comp between the two guys.
For the purposes of time, let's skip our final headline rewrite, but it's okay because we'll be talking about the Raiders pick and all of the big surprises from Raiders picking Ashton Genty is not one of them from night 1 of the NFL draft coming your way next.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
This year, tee it up at home with Synthetic Turf Northwest. Dial in your yard and your short game is sure to follow. Synthetic Turf Northwest is your synthetic grass expert. Install a custom backyard putting green or just a mud and mow-free lawn the neighbors will envy. They do it all. Residential, commercial, and turf supply. With locations in Woodinville and soon Fife. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Michael Bumpus here, and have you ever thought, I'm not good enough to get a golf handicap, or I don't play enough golf to get one? Maybe you just like to have fun and don't think you need one. Think again. Any golfer, whether they're highly skilled or just starting out, can get a handicap. It can turn any round into a competition, for fun, or for a club trophy. You can get a handicap in 3 easy steps. Sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, boom, you got it. To learn more, visit wagolf.org/710.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only. Take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Hope springs eternal during the start of the season, but unfortunately, so do spring allergies. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We're also excited to welcome another allergy surgeon and ear surgeon to our practice. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bit of a different show today. Michael Bumpus is going to be on draft coverage for rounds 2 and 3. That's coming your way following us at 3 p.m. So instead, you've got Curtis Rogers and ESPN's Brady Henderson in with us today. And guys, I know that a lot of people think night 1 of the NFL draft was mostly chalky, and you could argue that it was, but there were a few surprises. Brady, I'll start with you, and then we'll just go through saying, rather than me asking you guys about particular ones, I want to know which one is sticking with you the next day after. Brady, for you, leaving this draft, is there a move that you were particularly surprised by?
Gosh, not really. I mean, there was kind of that buzz that everybody heard kind of like a day or two before the draft that there could be some major movement inside the top 5. So the whole, Travis Hunter, Jacksonville moving up from 5 to 2 didn't end up being like a huge surprise. I think another just kind of interesting development was the fact that there weren't that many trades. And this reminds me of something that John Schneider told us at the owners meetings a few weeks ago, that in recent years, it just seems like there has been less of a willingness to move up. You know that this team has always been interested in trading back. Here's a little nugget for you. The last time they traded back in the first round, 2019. So for all the talk about how much they love to do that, they haven't done it now in 6 years. I think they've tried. I think that has not been by design. It's, again, more of a reflection of.
Yeah, Jordan Brooks' year was one year when the year following was one where they tried to trade back, and then the Packers ended up getting a deal done to get Jordan Love.
Yeah, they I know in 2022, for example, they had discussions with the Jets about moving back one spot. They ultimately didn't make that trade because they weren't convinced that Joe Douglas was not going to take Charles Cross, so they ended up staying put. So the point is,
never trust Joe Douglas. I always say that.
They have been interested in trading back, and again, we heard from John last night that they had discussions about it, but it hasn't happened. And I think that may reflect kind of like a trend in the NFL where Maybe it's because every team now has their own trade value chart, and it's maybe not as easy for teams to see eye to eye as it was in the past when they were all working off the same trade value chart. That's just one theory, but yeah, not a whole lot of trades last night compared to what we've seen in past years.
Not a ton of trades, but Curtis, your boy Tetaroa McMillan goes to the Panthers. Top 10 pick for a wide receiver, projected to be a little closer to 15, 16.
I am less surprised about the team that took him rather than surprised about the draft spot, and I'll tell you why. Because there are a lot of connections between Carolina's coaching staff and Arizona's coaching staff under Jed Fish, who McMillan was recruited by and who played under Fish for 2 years in Tucson. Brendan Carroll, who was a offensive coordinator for Fish at both Washington and Arizona, coached with Dave Canales here in Seattle. Dan Morgan, another guy very familiar with what goes on with Seattle, because he was here in the front office for a number of years. Probably got a lot of insight from Brendan Carroll and probably Jed Fish as well, who has connections to Seattle. I think that is not a surprise at all to me that the Panthers had interest in McMillan based off of just kind of what those guys feel about him. I saw an interview that Jed Fish did a couple days before the draft talking about McMillan's pro potential, and he was like, this could be like a Mike Evans type guy, similar body build, similar measurables. I mean, obviously Evans is headed to the Hall of Fame. Like, that's a pretty lofty comparison, and obviously this is a feather in the cap of Jed Fish because this is a guy who you recruited and developed when he was down at Arizona, but not surprised at all that it was the Panthers. Maybe surprised a little bit at where he went.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You are our University of Arizona
Bear down.
insider.
Absolutely.
Bear down. Does Tetaroa McMillan have that dog in him? And I ask that because there was plenty of mock drafts that connected him to the Seahawks, and just based on, look, I'm not plugged into that program whatsoever. I did not watch a whole lot of Arizona
I don't
games.
blame you. They were bad this season.
Sort of the one of the knocks on him is that he's, doesn't have like a lot of fire, maybe doesn't love football the way some other players, and that made me wonder about, I'm not sure if that's kind of a John Schneider, Mike McDonald kind of guy.
My read on him is that, first off, Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports had a really good write-up on just kind of the context of Arizona's season and why McMillan didn't put up the same kind of numbers he did the year prior when Arizona was a 10-win team and won a bowl game. And the offensive play calling and just the offense as a whole just went in the tank. And their quarterback, Noah Fafita, was holding on the ball too long, holding it up for like 4 to 5 seconds, which is just, that's bad for any kind of offense. And even in that bad season, McMillan still was able to put up 1,300 yards. I have never heard the character questions about him prior to the lead up to the draft. And I do think that Jed Fish is a better coach than what Arizona has right now in Brent Brennan, and was able to get more out of him and more out of that Arizona offense, which brought back a lot of guys from that bowl-winning team in 2023 and 2024. I know that McMillan got hurt this past offseason and just spent the entire summer rehabbing in those 100-degree days during the summertime. I've never seen his effort questioned, and I think there's something to be said about loyalty in college football these days. He never once transferred. He stayed at Arizona all 3 years when he could have easily gotten a much bigger NIL package elsewhere. So, to me, I just never saw what like Todd McShay was seeing in this guy, where he's like, this guy's a monster. Like, I don't want to be anywhere near him. I mean, taking him with a top 10 pick, that says to me that whatever the Panthers know about him, they did not really take into question what Todd McShay had to say.
I feel like certainly the first 10 picks outside of McMillan going a little higher than I expected, and Colston Loveland going at 10 to the Bears when I thought that we'd see Warren be the first tight end off the board were a little surprising to me, though arguably not shocking. What was a little more surprising to me is the defensive players that 2 NFC teams walked away with, and one of them feels like yet another hurdle to overcome for the Seahawks when you look at the top of the NFC. And by that stat. First, I mean, Jalen Walker, who was profiled as a top 10 pick, ends up going to Atlanta at number 15 overall. Also a really fun stat that I didn't know until listening to more coverage about this is how few UGA players the Falcons have actually drafted. I think that they had
like a missed opportunity.
No, really, though.
They're in your own backyard.
As of 2020, they'd never taken a Georgia player in the first or second round, ever.
Wow.
That was as of 2020. So there may be one or two and now three added to that mix in the years since. But as of 2020, had never taken a player in the first or second round. And I think that obviously changed because Georgia started to roll out but more clear championship rosters. So I thought, the Falcons ended up getting a good one there. But the real steal felt like the Eagles, who at 31 get Jahad Campbell. Jahad Campbell on a lot of big boards was more of a mid-round prospect. I saw him mocked to the 49ers, saw him mocked a couple times to the Dolphins, which was interesting. They ended up going with Graham mid-first round, excuse me. And I thought this was yet another case of how they can't keep getting away with this.
They just have the best SEC defensive players every year.
That's what they do. It's like, what's their secret? They're like, roll Tide and also go Dogs.
Well, yeah, and for infrequently as the Falcons have taken Georgia players early in the draft, Howie Roseman has made a habit out of doing
taking them pretty regularly.
Yeah, I mean, just there's got to have probably over half a dozen of those guys at this point now, including Jalen Carter a couple years ago, Keely Ringo,
Jordan Davis,
Nakobe Dean. What's the outside linebacker? Nolan Smith, yeah. The list goes on and on. So yeah, there's a interesting pipeline there. But no, Jahad Campbell was an interesting guy because he's got some position versatility. He can do some rushing, but coming off a pretty serious shoulder injury. I think it was labrum surgery, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that is clearly the reason why he fell, because a stud defensive player, front seven guy from a big SEC program like that, those guys typically don't, those guys typically go earlier.
What do we make of this situation that Jackson Dart's walking into in New York? That just seems brutal for a rookie quarterback. Brian Dable, hot seat. Joe Shane, hot seat.
But I wonder if this is an example of the hot seat that a head coach and GM are in, taking a little bit of the attention away from you. Because I think, first of all, like the collective IQ of football fans has just grown every single year. I think that 15 years ago, even 10 years ago, we're all like, Jackson Dart, what are you going to do about it? And now I think that people see not just an organization like the Jets, but now an organization like the Giants, particularly following the Saquon Barkley misstep, as being like, you guys make bad decisions. So if Jackson Dart goes out and struggles, I do think there's a little more empathy and understanding than there might have been in years past. What do you guys think?
Yeah, and this is not – the Giants didn't take a quarterback at number 3. If you take a quarterback at number 3 and you're the Giants, the expectation is that guy comes in and plays right away. And in that media market, I think really in any media market, like when you draft a guy 3rd overall, fans are going to want that guy to play sooner rather than later. It's a lot different when you draft him at 25. Now, they did trade into 25, so they gave up a little bit more than just the 25th pick for him, but still, it's a late first-round pick. He's going into a situation where you've got 2 veteran guys there, so I think there is maybe going to be less pressure, certainly a lot less pressure on him to play right away than had he been drafted 3rd overall. And, yeah, those guys are on the hot seat after some kind of lean seasons, some really questionable moves from the GM. But, I think getting Abdul Carter at number 3, a guy who's immediately going to make their defense a lot better, and, again, getting their quarterback of the future without the pressure of having to force that guy into action right away is a nice move by them.
10 seconds, I'll follow up on that Georgia stat, which I just think is wild. So they've taken 12 Georgia players, the Falcons have, in the NFL draft as a franchise, so since 66. The highest was number 80 overall. And they have, on the flip side, no program has had more players in the draft the past 5 years than Georgia. And none of them have gone to Atlanta in the 1st and 2nd round. What?
Yeah.
That's a crazy stat. All right. I've gone too late here because we got to get back to talking about the Seahawks. Should they stay put or move up on day 2? That's next.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Grey Zabel.
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware. This guy is your starting guard.
today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the red-hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both. Yes! Yes! Only on Seattle Sports.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that, you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
So, what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Hey Cougs, Michael Bumpus here, inviting all WSU alumni and friends to the Cougs First Show and Career Expo, Friday, May 9th at the Maidenbauer Center in Bellevue. For education, networking, jobs, and Cougs swag. It's free to attend and all are welcome. Register at cougsfirst.org.
The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at mazdaofeverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Hey! I like my teacher because she helps me with my problems at school.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay zero down with zero interest and zero payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. You'll hear that sound a lot at Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in British Columbia. Reserve now for peak king salmon runs and plentiful halibut this May and June. At Queen Charlotte Lodge, it's fishing first class. Go to fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. And remember, our dollar is worth $1.40 north of the border.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Seahawks have 4 picks today, 50, 52, 82, 92. Let's talk about some potential moves they could make on day 2 of the NFL Draft, including the possibility of trading up. ESPN's Brady, Henderson, and also our own Curtis Rogers in today for Michael Bumpus. As a reminder, Bump is going to be on draft coverage along with Brock Ewer, Dave Wyman, and Bob Stelton, which immediately follows us at 3 p.m. You guys, we'll start with this question, whether or not we could see a move up. From Daniel Jeremiah, I believe we'll see an early run on wide receivers tonight, he says, of day 2 of the draft. Burden, Higgins, Knoll, etc. There's a really valuable group of edge guys that could also fly off the board soon. Both potential areas of need for Seattle. Do you move up?
You want me to take this?
Let's see it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll tell you if you're right or wrong.
Okay. I mean, should they do it? I don't know. But I think it's worth pointing out, they do have a history of doing that on day 2. Let's run through some of the names on day 2 that they've traded up to take.
Mm-hmm.
Jaron Reed, Tyler Lockett.
Worked out.
Yeah. I got the story pulled up here. DK Metcalf.
Worked out.
Daryl Taylor.
I mean,
whether or not it worked out, the point is
you could see the vision.
Yeah, whether or not
it work out, but
whether or not it worked out, the point is that they've got a history of doing it. I think last year that they tried to trade up on day 2, and I think the player was Cooper Beebe, a guy who ended up going to Dallas. But yeah, before they took Christian Haynes in the 3rd round, they tried to move up. So this is a team. Really don't see them do it in the 1st round. They're way more inclined to move back in the 1st round, I think, because the price to move up is just so much greater. But when you get in the 2nd round, it is a lot more feasible to move up. We've seen them do it. We saw them try to do it last year, and they have the draft capital this year to do it with an extra pick in each of the 2nd and 3rd rounds. So, yeah, if a guy that they really like is sitting there, we're looking at Kelvin Banks Jr.'s baby.
This poor baby, the slow-mo replay on NFL Network.
Oh, they're doing the
that
kid dirty
baby
like that.
was resting and at peace, and then all of a sudden,
Never wake a sleeping baby.
oh God!
I'm sorry, I got distracted there. But the point is, there's a lot of reasons to think that they could do it this year.
Curtis, would you make the move? Again, 4 picks in day 2. You have the capital if you want to move up. I don't know how high, but you do have the capital to do it.
I think I'm right there with Brady. And I think the asking price to moving up on day 2 is going to be a lot less than moving up on day 1. And we've heard a lot that picks, 15 through 50, there's not a whole lot of variance in terms of pro-level potential. So, yes, you could move up into a little earlier. You do have pick 50, so I guess you're still kind of in that range. But let's say you fall in love with Luther Burden and he's there at pick 36, 37, whatever. I think that's worth taking a shot on. And why did you then acquire all that extra draft capital in the trades for Geno and DK? So you could have the ammunition to move up and down your draft board. I mean, yes, you could stay put and just collect a ton of draft picks and not, maybe improve upon where you're sitting in the draft. But I think if you want to continue to get these best players available, I mean, you've got the firepower to do so. Why not use it? I think there is far less risk in moving up in the 2nd round if you package one of your 3rds and pick 50 to move up. I mean, I don't know what the trade value is of that, but it's probably, one that other teams would be very interested in. I think, yeah, you got to at least consider it today.
Again, with the first choice at pick 50, it's unlikely that names that Seahawks fans I know are texting in and thinking about, like South Carolina's Nikki Manwari, like Michigan's Will Johnson, who has obviously some health concerns, are ones that the Seahawks are going to trade up and take. Those guys are going to go fairly early. Is there a position that you look to address, or maybe a player that you kind of have in mind as we dig into the second round a little bit more?
Position, yeah. I mean, cornerback is one. Siobhan Revel Jr., the cornerback from, help me out here,
East Carolina.
East Carolina, that's right. So he is coming off a pretty serious knee injury, and the book on him is that if not for that injury, this would have been a first-round pick. They brought him in for a visit to the Seahawks headquarters, and again, when teams bring a guy in for a visit, they're trying to answer a question typically, and so I imagine that was the question they were trying to answer. There was about where he's at in terms of his recovery. So, look, we don't know what those medical tests revealed, but if they are satisfied with where he's at, that seems like a good spot for him and a good team for him. If they don't draft a single cornerback, they could go line up and play right now with Reek Wallen, Devin Witherspoon, and Josh Jobe. So you don't need a guy like that to come in and play right away, and he may not be able to do that coming off a knee injury. That seems like the kind of luxury pick, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like they really do need some cornerback depth, but you don't need a guy like that to come in right away. Again, you got that extra draft capital to take a shot on a guy who, if he was healthy, would be a first-round pick. That seems just kind of like a good match to me.
We've got a lot of questions about new Seahawk Grey Zabel out of North Dakota State, and who better to ask than someone who knows him very, very well. He's covered his entire career. North Dakota State beat writer Jeff Kolpack joins us next.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st, an all-abilities race presented by Brooks Running. 5K registration and full schedule of events at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks did not trade back last night, instead using pick number 18 overall on offensive lineman Grey Zabel. He's going to compete at guard for Seattle. He started all games last year at tackle, but head coach Mike McDonald said that's where he'll compete on the interior. TBD at center, but certainly at guard. Seahawks have 4 picks today, 50, 52, 82, 92. Coverage starts at 4 p.m. live right here on Seattle Sports.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Beat writer for North Dakota State football knows the newest Seahawk very well. It's Jeff Kolpack at the Forum joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Jeff, how's it going?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing?
We are good. You're here with me, Curtis Rogers, and also ESPN's Brady Henderson, and we have a lot of questions about the newest Seahawk, and I am going to start with just him as a person. We have a lot to get into with how he plays and, you know, what he looked like at the Senior Bowl and all that practice and good stuff. But the Seahawks have had a couple weeks now, Jeff. I don't know how close you've been watching it, of talking about, you know, we want people who want to be here and maybe like resetting the culture just a little bit. Tell us what you know about Grey Zabel, the person.
Okay, well, you know, he's one of these farm kids, guys, and North Dakota State's had a history of taking these guys who are 6'6", 240, 250, and developing them into, you know, NFL guys. I mean, he's the 6th straight left tackle from North Dakota State who has been drafted going back to 2014 and Billy Turner. And most of those guys are small-town farm kids. I mean, they're literally from these spots in the middle of nowhere, although Pierre is a capital. It's a pretty small town. Grew up a farm kid, and, you know, the story of these guys when they come to fall camp, as freshmen, these farm kids. Like practice starts at, say, 7 a.m. or whatever, and these guys, it's like, well, that's sleeping in for us. I mean, we're usually up at 5 and milking cows or whatever. And so that's kind of the mindset that Grey came from. It's a mindset that Cordell Volson from Balfour, North Dakota, he's with the Bengals. Cody Mauch 2 years ago, second round at Tampa Bay. He's from a farm. And so this is no different. It's a tough mindset. These are just tough kids, and that's what you're going to get.
Jeff, you mentioned just kind of the run that North Dakota State has been on in producing offensive linemen. Where do you rank Grey Zabel in terms of his impact on the Bison and just among that group? Because you mentioned there have been a lot of guys taken in the first couple of days of the draft, and it seems like they've got a really good thing going there.
Yeah, good question. All these guys never really have immediate impact, and like I said, they'll take them at 6'6", 240, 250, and develop them. I think that's kind of the problem with FBS these days is there's just no patience anymore. The Washingtons and the Big Tens of the world, they want guys 6'5", 295 out of high school, where these smaller schools like FCS schools will take a good athlete like Grey Zabel and say he's 250, and 3 years later now he's 300, and now he's coming to you guys at 6'6", 315. They develop them, and it's a developmental program, and I just don't see that in the big boys anymore. Like I said, I just don't think the patience is there. If you're there for a year or two at Washington and you don't make the grade, then you hit the portal and they just kind of fizzle. Where smaller schools, they hang around until they make something of themselves.
Hey, Jeff, Brady Henderson here from ESPN. Thanks for joining us. Grey Zabel told us on a conference call last night that he turned down some pretty lucrative offers from bigger schools, from bigger conferences in order to stay put at North Dakota State. What can you tell us about that decision, and how much was that maybe a concern there that you would lose, or that they would lose Zabel to kind of what we see in college football today?
Yeah, big time. I think it was around 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, somewhere in that range. NDSU has a collective too. It's not nearly that, so it's not like he didn't get anything by staying. I think it was a combination. His family likes him around here. I talked to his high school coach yesterday, and he goes, he just wanted to finish what he started. And I don't know if you see that very often anymore. And going forward with the portal, where so many FCS kids are taking that and running, maybe it's going to be a little more rare, but I think that just sort of goes back, guys, to that farm mentality, if you will, where he started it, he wants to finish it, and money isn't the most important. His brother is a freshman tight end at NDSU this year, so I think he wanted to stay and play with his younger brother. Family first, and that's why he wasn't in Green Bay last night. I mean, he wanted to hang around and hang with his family and friends in the basement of his house for the draft, and I think, like he told Seattle Times, have a couple Busch Lights afterward.
Jeff, my ears just perked up when you threw that number out there. Did you say that you think your understanding is he turned down, what was it?
Greater than six figure?
$700,000 in terms of, wow. And if you don't know the exact number, I understand, but can you give us a sense of what kind of money you think he was making at North Dakota State?
We don't know. I mean, that collective has been pretty secretive and private, and that's the rumor, and the guess is mid six figures. I think that's pretty accurate, and he turned that down. What's he make at NDSU? I don't know. 50, 100, we don't know. We'd love to know, but we don't know. And like I said, I guess money isn't everything to everybody. Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, go figure. That's a wild thought. And honestly, I would think that it seemed like he is a person. The reason my first question for you was about his personality is it sure seems like that resonated with John Schneider. Brady, I know you were at the press conference with John after Zabel was drafted, and it seems like he just personally liked him, like was really impressed by him as a person, and that went a long way. So, Jeff, I'd assume that he could pick up on that. You've covered some pretty special athletes, and I know this is the first one that we get to ask you about who became a Seahawk, but there have been other guys, obviously, that I'm sure you've covered during their time time in the NFL as well as they transition from NDSU. How early have you kind of realized that some of these guys have it? Like, how early with Grey Zabel did you think, like, oh, I'm covering an NFL talent?
Yeah, I would say, in 2021, the Bison football offensive line had 7 guys, obviously 5 starters, 2 backups. All 7 have been in the NFL or were in the NFL. I think 5 or 6 are still there. 1 guy's in the UFL. And for a small school like that to have 7 guys on one team with NFL caliber is, I think, pretty remarkable. Grey was a backup on that team, and so he would have been a redshirt freshman. Came on in 2022, I think, is when you first start to see, okay, here's a pretty good guy. But Jalen Sundell, your guy, was kind of the guy back then, and so everybody was talking about Sundell and Grey Zabel was maybe the next guy in line. Well, Sundell leaves, the Seahawks sign him, and he sticks with the Hawks. And now Grey becomes the guy. He becomes a left tackle, and it's just every year is just a little better, and this year was really good.
What were the conversations around Zabel's pro potential prior to his Senior Bowl performance? Because he really stole the show in Mobile. What were you guys talking about with him maybe during the season? Was it like, oh, this guy could potentially play his way into the first round, or was it just that Senior Bowl performance that really put him on the radar?
Yeah, during the year, we always thought of him as maybe a second or third rounder, and I think he thought himself as a second or third rounder. But I think, getting to that Senior Bowl workout and going against guys from the FBS and he really, he's a practice player of the week. And I think there it probably hit him that, well, I'm just as good as these guys, if not better. So I would say, the first round thoughts maybe started to hit around the Senior Bowl. And then at the Combine, he rips off the 3rd highest vertical jump in offensive lineman Combine history at 36.5, and go, wow, okay, pretty good athlete. And so, again, that was another step. But I would say the Senior Bowl is probably where he went from second to first.
NFL teams will tell you that when they are evaluating prospects from non-Power 5 schools, that they want to see those guys dominate against that level of competition, to think that they've got a real shot of being really good NFL players. Did you see dominance on the field with Grey Zabel?
Yeah, and in fact, I've seen dominance, but I've seen a real athletic guy. And I'll give you a story. My son was a baseball player at Fargo North, and we were down in South Dakota playing in a tournament, a high school tournament, and we're playing Pierre, where Gray's from. And we get there, and I look out at this Pierre team, and like the center fielder, it's like the biggest center fielder I've ever seen. I'm like, who is this guy? And I turn to a couple of parents, I go, is everybody else just tiny, or is that guy just huge?
You're like, what coach is out here playing for one of these kids?
Yeah, and so Grey Zabel is a center fielder. He's actually a Division I baseball prospect. Seemed like more of a baseball player to me at the time, even though, football later became his thing. But that's the kind of athlete he is, where he was a center fielder at his size. He was probably only 240 then, 250, but still 6'6". But that size, he was a center fielder, and I don't think he's lost athletic ability. I think you got a offensive lineman that could probably still play center field today.
Hey, while we still got you for a couple more minutes here, and I'm sure we'll have more questions about Zabel, I actually wanted to ask you about a topic that I think is going to come up plenty tonight in the draft, and obviously tomorrow and into day 3, which is just about the transfer portal and about the impact of changes in the college football landscape in general. Right? Like, I already know that John Schneider is going to be asked about, hey, do you notice prospects are kind of different now that they have NIL deals? Do you notice that, is a guy entering the transfer portal too many times a knock on him? Like, these are questions that they weren't asking GMs, a couple years ago. As someone who's covering a college beat, right, and kind of sees both sides of this, what's been your take on the change in the landscape?
Well, God, isn't it striking? I just,
it's crazy.
Yeah, the entitlement, I guess. I think maybe we're seeing more in athletes and what do you have for me? What's in it for me? What kind of money do you have for me? I think that's where Grey maybe separated himself. Kudos to Schneider for doing that. I just think, there still is a culture element in football. You got 50, 60, 70 guys, and you still need that culture element. The good teams have it. They get along. They're still in it for the team and not so much themselves. I don't care what level. I think, you look at World Series champs, Super Bowl champs. They all say the same thing. We love each other, blah, blah, blah. And I think maybe that the Seattle brass and administration is maybe getting a grasp on that is true. There are guys coming in, and is it about the team or is it about them? I think those are great questions to ask, and you're probably going to see more of that.
Yeah.
Jeff, one thing that I've recognized about the North Dakota State football program is just the consistent success that it's had. And it's been had through multiple head coaches. Normally when you see as much head coaching turnover as you do with these programs, the wins and losses don't come as easily as they used to, but that has not been the case. What's the magic potion that's going on in Fargo? Because it feels like dating back, I'm just looking at the win percentage of every single head coach that's been there dating back to like the 50s. It's guys that are running up, 700, 800, 650.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's ridiculous the amount of winning that program has been doing for as long as they have.
Yeah, well, it's easy. In 2009, they were 3-8, and the head coach at the time, Craig Bull, just said, you know what? And that was a rare losing season for this program. And he said it's recruiting. And let's forget about the stars, the recruiting stars. When you go into a high school and recruit a kid, I don't want you to talk to the head coach per se. Go to the janitor, go to the secretary, go to a teacher and say, what's this kid like? Because every coach will go, yeah, he's great. Oh, yeah, because they all want him to go Division I. But what is the story on these guys? Is he getting in trouble? Is he going in the office? Is he a pain in the rear? And so they stopped talking, specifically to the coach and just told your assistants, no, I want you to talk to other students or whatever. What's this guy really like? And so they started recruiting more of the person and not worry so much about the ability or the stars or the recruiting attention or the huddle tapes or whatever. Yeah, they're good players, but they have rejected good players with questionable character, and 10 national titles later, here we are.
Hey, Jeff, I want to ask you about Jalen Sendell. We've mentioned him briefly during the conversation, but
good kid, great guy.
Yeah, the word on him was that if not maybe for some injury situations, that he would have gotten drafted. What can you tell us about the kind of player he was for that program?
Yeah, he's a center. Again, he was like Grey, played all across the line, and I think NFL guys love that flexibility and versatility. In high school, guys, in his division in Missouri, he was the offensive player of the year as an offensive lineman, which kind of seems bizarre. How many old linemen are offensive players of the year? But again, great athlete, athletic ability. His sister is a really good Division I basketball player at Kansas State. Athletic family, great family. In much the same respect as Grey. Again, kind of from a smaller town, maybe a little chip there on his shoulder. But it was great to see him stick. And again, he was one of those offensive linemen that just developed, and overcame a couple of injuries, but hung in there.
He is North Dakota State beat writer Jeff Kolpack of the Forum, kind enough to join us. I'm going to retweet an article that we referenced a ton in this interview, and it's from last season, but it's where Jeff writes about Grey turning down some of those offers and some of his comments about that. It's a great read, and Jeff's got obviously other great stuff. If you guys are looking to do your Grey Zabel research, go to inforum.com. Jeff, thanks so much for taking the time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, my pleasure. Good to see you guys.
See ya. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Brady. John Schneider said Grey Zabel was their top interior lineman. Do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I don't think that's something that teams embellish. The guy either is or isn't. It's clearly written on a board there. I don't think any team would lie about that.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when you see teams embellish, it's when it's other things like, gosh, I can't think of a great example, but, maybe, how surprised they may or may not have been that the guy was still there.
That's actually a perfect example.
We would have traded for that guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
things, sort of hypothetical situations. Yeah.
What was it Schneider said after Rashad Penny got
But
drafted?
he said that was true.
Somebody wanted to trade
That
for
was
him.
true.
That was true.
Yeah, that was
And
Detroit.
not to brag, but I asked that question, and he said, good question.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That was a good
That
question.
was like the first time I asked a question at a draft thing, and I was like, I did it.
No, that was true, and that was Detroit, from what I understand. They called and offered. Yeah. So, yeah, I totally buy that he was their interior guy, top interior rated guy.
Second down. Okay, John Schneider also said, this was at the pre-draft press conference, that he would address Charles Cross's fifth-year option, ... at a later date. Didn't want to spill too much ahead of the draft. Well, Brady, we have 6 days until that deadline. So do you think it actually gets picked up?
I do, yeah. I don't see a whole lot of reason for them to not pick it up. I think it's going to cost, according to the projection from Over the Cap, it's like $17 million. I think the concern sometimes when you pick up a guy's option or when you're deciding whether or not to do that is the option, whatever that price is, in some ways that kind of becomes the floor for like per year average in a deal, because you're saying, okay, if you're going to pick up that option, you're saying that guy is worth at least this much per year. Charles Cross, on whatever deal he gets, is going to make way more than $17 million per year. So that's not going to be any sort of concern for them. $17 million, if he ends up playing on that, that's a major bargain. I think all it does is it really buys you more time, buys you another year of club control. So I don't really see any reason not to pick up that option.
Can I throw in a sneaky, like, 2B question?
Sure.
One critique that I've seen before, and really I don't see Charles Cross critiqued often on our text line, but I do see some people say, God, he's a number 9 overall pick, and they're so desperate for the return of some elite talent that one critique I've seen is, well, he's not a Pro Bowler, and he's not getting all pros. What have you made of Cross's tenure in Seattle? Do you think it's like an A pick, good time?
Yeah, I think last year, I think he started to play more like the 9th overall pick. I thought his first, couple years, he was fine, good. But I think you saw him take kind of a little bit of a next step last year. We've heard just how much he applies himself, how much it matters to him, how seriously he takes it. And I think we've also heard John Schneider talk about, maybe looking back with a little bit of regret in retrospect about some of the offensive linemen that they've let walk out the door.
Yeah.
And I imagine he's talking about, maybe like guys like James Carpenter, Brendan Giacomini. Max Unger was a different case because they included him in the Jimmy Graham trade and they thought he was breaking down. He ended up being way more durable than they expected. But, other guys, that they didn't end up re-signing. Damian Lewis is one. When the Panthers signed Damian Lewis for whatever that was, $13-14 million a year, my jaw dropped because I thought, in what world is he worth that kind of money? And then you saw the market for guards explode, and you saw Damian Lewis have a pretty good season with Carolina. So that deal all of a sudden looks a lot better than it did initially. And the bottom line here, the point I'm making is that there's whether or not Charles Cross is a Pro Bowler, there's no way you draft that guy 9th overall and end up letting him leave. So they're going to get a deal done.
Third down. You've been Zabeled out. Brady, as a reporter, you covered the draft pick itself. You listened to Zabel's post-draft press conference call. You sat through an interview last night with John and Mike. Then you heard from Zabel this morning on Brock and Salk. Anything sticking with you from all that Zabel talk? I'd say collectively you've had like 2 hours of Zabel information.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems like the kind of guy you want to just drink a beer with, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, he was probably drinking beers during that conference call. So
yeah, I mean, he just seems like, and again, I think there's a danger in, like, good or bad, reading too much into somebody from a 5-10 minute conversation you have. I always try to not do that, but just based on what little information that we have on him right now, he just seems like a really solid human being, down to earth. We heard from Jeff that he turned down, I mean, that was a lot more money than I thought. We heard 6 figures. I didn't realize it was like over $500,000.
More closer to 7.
Yeah, closer to 7 figures than 6 figures. I mean, that is remarkable. And again, he's probably making some decent money to stay at North Dakota State, but that's a lot of money that you turn down, and I think that speaks to just loyalty and being grounded and
so
certain, what's important to you.
To add on to that, in Jeff's column, and this is why I should have asked a clarifying question. In Jeff's column, there were Power 5 teams, 6-figure deals, multiple 6-figure offers, and then he says there was one that had it over 6 figures. So I'm wondering if that means like over 6 figures.
Closer to $1 million?
No, like actually
Sounds
one
like would be over $1 million.
Like it would be $1 million something.
Yeah.
Like a $1.1 million NIL deal to go somewhere. I'm like, that's how I read it, as reports had it a deal over 6 figures. That's, I mean,
yeah.
And that has to be a Power 5 school.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. All right, 4th down. If, you know where this is going, if Shedeur Sanders somehow falls to 50, the Seahawks' first pick of day 2, Brady, should the Seahawks pull the trigger?
I can't see that happening, and it's to say nothing of like the kind of player he is, the talent. I'm just saying I can't imagine it, because I cannot imagine John Schneider wanting to deal with the drama that comes with Shedeur Sanders. And this is a guy who had to deal with Russell Wilson and the agent Mark Rogers. Not to say that either one of those parties was at fault for that, but that was a headache that he had to deal with for a long time. And I think Geno Smith, in kind of a different way, again, to say nothing about the kind of player he was, I think Geno was kind of a high maintenance guy in maybe in different ways, but that was drama that he had to deal with. I think part of the appeal in Sam Darnold is that Sam Darnold is just a low maintenance, down-to-earth guy known as being a great teammate, and you're not going to have to deal with the headaches. And I think Drew Lock kind of the same way, and maybe part of the appeal with Sam Howell a year ago as well. I just don't get the sense that there's a whole lot of appetite right now for this organization to deal with headaches and drama. And I think that if you draft Shedeur Sanders, I think that's
coming your way.
It's kind of like the old trope, you never want your backup quarterback to be more popular than your starter.
He'd certainly get more attention. We have spent so much the last 24 hours looking ahead to the Seahawks' future, and why wouldn't we? It's the NFL draft. But let's take a look back at one of their greatest players. Earl Thomas, in a new interview, sat down with King 5 to talk about his time with the Legion of Boom and his controversial exit. That's next.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, Joe Q. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Quarterback Jordan Love isn't just on Green Bay's team. He's also on the American Family Insurance team. Because like us, he believes in dreaming fearlessly.
Just chase your dreams and don't let nobody hold you back.
And we help protect those dreams with the right coverage so you can
dream fearlessly.
American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. Bump is going to be on beginning at 3 p.m. with live draft coverage of Day 2. Round 2 begins at 4 p.m. Instead, you've got Curtis Rogers in with me and ESPN's Brady Henderson. Guys, here we go. First story here. For the first time, Earl Thomas is talking about the end of his Seahawks career in a new interview with King 5's Chris Egan. So let's start with Cut 20.
So next week we play Arizona. Coach Carroll just told me that we was thinking about getting you a new contract. This has been my third one. But I ended up getting hurt that next game. So I was just pissed that I missed camp. They didn't try to give me a deal. Knowing I'm the best player on the defense, they didn't try to give me a deal. They made me wait it out. Then I get injured. It sucked. So I was just like, you knew I was pissed. I hate being an introvert. It just makes a bad light around everybody around me because I'm pissed off.
We'll start with this cut before we get to the next. Earl Thomas, not lacking for confidence still at almost 36 years old, and who can blame him? This is one of the most, guys, interesting Seahawks to me, and obviously all of us covered his time here from almost beginning to end. And Brady, I don't know about your own personal experience covering Earl. I never found him to be like a problematic player or someone that would like give you grief if you tried to ask a quick question. I did always see him as like almost a little bit apart from the Legion of Boom, like a little more of like a unique, sometimes quiet, sometimes a little more distant part of it. And he was essential to what that defense did. But whenever I look back at the Legion of Boom, like Cam's still in the area, has a good relationship. Sherm, it was tough for a while, but I mean, he was, down on the sideline talking to Mike McDonald. Obviously, he's still close with Pete.
You can tell how Sherm feels about the Seahawks at any given moment, depending on
which hat he wears
in
yeah.
his podcast.
But sometimes he's cool with them.
If he's wearing a 49ers hat, you can tell he's mad at the Seahawks.
Cliff just did an event last night at Muckleshoot or whatever. I mean, these guys are mostly still involved in the community. This is like the first time I've heard Earl Thomas.
Yeah, well, he did an interview with Josina Anderson maybe a year or so ago, and there was some bizarre comments in there where he was talking about his tenure in Baltimore, which was, a disaster. They paid him a lot of money and then ended up cutting him.
He got voted off the team.
Yeah, after a
like Survivor.
Yeah,
Jeff Probst was there. He was like, "We're snuffing your torch."
The roster, they were asked basically like, "Do you want this guy back?" And they were like, "No."
Yeah, and look, that the clip we heard, that was all understandable. I mean, he wanted a third contract. Remember, he had held out, or he had stayed away from the team. I think most of that 2018 offseason and
ended up playing still, obviously.
Yeah,
that's how he got hurt.
Yeah, ended up coming back, and then he got hurt very late in the season down in Arizona, broke his leg. Now, he ended up getting quite a bit of money from Baltimore that next year, but again, didn't really work out in Baltimore. I know there's a lot of people who know Earl who are very concerned about him, just with some of the stuff, some of his behavior and the stuff that's happened to him. I think there was quite a bit of drama with his now ex-wife. I believe he was the victim of extortion, the house caught on fire. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on with Earl Thomas, and not a lot of it has been good.
The weird thing about, I shouldn't say weird, but the thing about Earl Thomas that makes talking about his legacy so interesting is I don't think the defense works without Earl. And that's not to say that Sherm didn't play like a future Hall of Famer and that Cam wasn't one of the most important physical tools on that defense. But Earl's ranginess, he might be one of the most impactful Seahawks safeties we've ever seen. And we don't ignore that he was here. The Legion of Boom is still the most celebrated era of Seahawks football. But he kind of gets put on a little bit of a back burner when we talk about that team in a weird way.
Do we think maybe he's talking more because he's up for Hall of Fame election?
Yeah. Yes.
Because he was on the ballot this last year, right? And I don't know if he was even a finalist.
Is he a Hall of Famer?
The timeline would have, I think, made sense because I think the last season he played was 2019. So that would have been, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25 years that he hadn't played. So why do I need to count like I'm 5 years old?
It's hard to do math.
Give me some beans.
We call it radio math, which is suddenly you're on air. It's like being on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you're like, the answer is this. But when you're on air and you're trying to think of random things, your brain just blinks.
Yeah. But yeah, to your point, he suddenly has been more like a guy who never really was
he was
big into giving interviews.
He was off the grid for years.
Yeah, it does make you wonder why he's kind of suddenly resurfaced. And Stacy, to your point, which is a good one, I think he was a huge part of that defense working because they love to put Cam Chancellor in the box and have that physical presence. Well, you can only do that when you have a rangy safety who can cover sideline to sideline and be the eraser that he was. I mean, some of Earl Thomas's best value was, there was the playmaking, the interceptions, the big hits, dislodging the football from, Rob Gronkowski, which I believe ended up breaking Rob Gronkowski's rib. I think I heard Rob Gronkowski say that. Would have been back in like 2015 or 16, something like that. But there was all the actual plays that he made. I think part of his value was all the plays that he just prevented in the first place because he, quarterbacks were afraid to throw the ball over the deep middle part of the field.
Is he a Hall of Famer? I know, Curtis, you mentioned the theory that he's talking about this for Hall of Fame induction, and Brady, you agreed and said that's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I think the only argument people could make would be that it's not like the longest career ever, but I think we're going to start seeing more of that with NFL players.
Kenny Easley, a guy who played safety for the Seahawks, had I think a shorter career and ended up getting into the Hall of Fame. So, there are some guys who make the Hall of Fame with short careers, and like Sterling Sharp.
Yeah, he was like I think his window was only about 5 years.
Yeah, that one surprised me. But
Terrell
Earl Thomas,
Davis is another one.
Yeah, Terrell Davis. Earl Thomas had a longer career
I think
than both of those guys.
Earl being such a huge part of one of the greatest defenses of all time has to count for something in the eyes of those voters. You can't just ignore what the Legion of Boom was for 10, 15 years or however long it's going to take Earl to get in. I mean, based off of where he finished in the voting this last year, I think it's going to take some time for voters to warm up to his case.
Well, that's also part of the changes to Hall of Fame voting. That's just going to make it harder.
Yeah,
for certain
I
guys.
mean, we saw Marshawn Lynch not even be a finalist this year. Like, it's going to be a long time before he gets consideration. And then you look at the two guys who are going to be new on the ballot this year that are absolutely going to be slam dunk Hall of Famers, Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald. So it's going to be even longer for these guys to get their due. But yeah, I think Earl's a Hall of Famer for sure. And that's not just us being here in Seattle. That's just looking at safety play in the NFL during that era. It was like Ed Reed, Troy Polamalu, Earl Thomas, Eric Berry. Like, all these guys were just phenomenal, and he's right there with them.
Yeah. Someone says there's not one LOB poster, football card, or shirt without Earl on there. Thomas was and always will be a Seahawks legend. Yes, of course. But I do think not only is the way that we all talk about the Legion of Boom a bit different, where everyone's like, oh, of course, Earl Thomas. But, like, you tend to, focus on guys that are still part of the community or connected to the team or very present in a spotlight that allows you to still talk about them or things they say about the team. And Earl isn't. He's out of the spotlight, rarely does interviews. Again, a good interview with Chris Egan on King 5 last year with Justina, as you mentioned. But not only that, we covered his time here in Seattle. And I remember when Earl was having a weird situation with Bobby. Do you remember when he kind of made a shot at, and it's okay it's not controversial secret information. This is just something that we were here for. And Earl had an issue with Bobby playing injured and then made a comment about it. And it's like, you don't always have to be best friends with your teammates, but there was with Earl this kind of like, he just said how he felt at all times. No filter whatsoever.
Yeah, and the one good example of that comes to mind is this would have been 2013, I want to say. So after, like, in the spring after they won, so it would have been 2014 in the spring after they won that Super Bowl, and he gets his, huge extension, and we're all in the big auditorium there next door. And at one point during the press conference, which is, this like feel good celebratory moment, he says something to the effect of, you wonder how you could take a 5th round cornerback and a 5th round safety, referring obviously to Cam Chancellor and Richard Sherman, and you wonder how it all works is because of me.
With the first round.
So he's basically taking credit for the entire Legion of Boom success.
And what's weird is there's not like an argument that's not deeply flawed that you could make for it, but there's a deeply flawed argument you could make for it. I mean, again, like I still think of that era, that for as much as we still focus on the Legion of Boom, he was an underrated part of it, which is crazy to think about because it's like, of course, Earl Thomas, he's one of the 3 central figures we talk about, right? But I think that ending his time in Seattle, flipping the bird to Pete Carroll while he's getting carted off, clearly on bad terms, and then ending in a bad way with the Ravens left a bad taste in people's mouths about one of the greatest safeties we've ever seen.
Yeah, and look, you saw, remember Cam Chancellor held out a few years before that, and that was one of the great, like, comeback stories in terms of a guy repairing his relationship with the team. And people, I mean, it's almost like you forget that Cam Chancellor held out, missed the first 2 games of the season after their
and felt horrible about it.
after they had made the Super Bowl, right? And they lost those first 2 games where they very much could have used him. Like, that is a situation that really could have damaged his legacy in Seattle, and it did not. Cam Chancellor is every bit as beloved as he ever would have been in Seattle. He came back from that situation, and Earl Thomas did not.
Time for the IRG injury report, brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. MLB.com's Daniel Kramer reported this week George Kirby will soon through live BP at T-Mobile Park. And then Mariners GM Justin Hollander will have more injury updates during today's pregame show, which starts at 5:30 p.m. More from Grey Zabel coming your way next.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Grey Zabel.
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware. This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the red-hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both. Only on Seattle Sports.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Friends of Waterfront Park is announcing the Meet Me at Waterfront Park 5K on May 31st, an all-abilities race presented by Brooks Running. 5K registration and full schedule of events at waterfrontparkseattle.org. Brought to you by Friends of Waterfront Park. Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down, $0 interest, and $0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. The team at Mazda of Everett is always working hard to make your experience with their team exceptional. Mazda of Everett has over 700 new Mazdas in stock, tariff-free. It's the perfect time to buy a new Mazda. Visit our friends at Mazda of Everett on Highway 99 in Everett or shop online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click the Mazda of Everett price where pre-tariff pricing still applies. Shop their tariff-free selection at Mazda of Everett.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 Down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
ESPN's Brady Henderson in for Michael Bumpus. You've also got Curtis Rogers here, and we are going over some more sound from Grey Zabel. He was on with Brock and Salk this morning in an exclusive interview, talking Senior Bowl, Seattle scheme, and the 12s. Before we play the Grey Zabel sound, a quick reminder of what one NFL draft expert thinks about Grey Zabel. Cut 22, here's Daniel Jeremiah.
He plays with bend, he plays with balance, and he plays with excellent body control. He's very firm and strong with his base. He can kick out and cover up speed rushers. He has the athleticism to redirect back inside. Just a very smart, savvy, athletic player with the versatility to line up just about anywhere along the line of scrimmage. He is a day one starter, and I think he's one of the safest players in this year's draft.
Curtis, you joked about this being one of the only drafts you could think of with the Seahawks that we all knew what name they might choose. I would go further than that and say this was a name many were hoping the Seahawks would choose, including draft experts like Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah, it was weird to see it play out as chalky as it did. I mean, when Commissioner Goodell stepped up and said the name Grey Zabel, it was just like, oh, I don't have to go searching very far to figure out who this guy is, to find sound on this guy. So often you bring up the James Carpenter pick. That's one that stands
Scrambling
out.
to look
I don't know anything about this guy. Yeah. And so it kind of follows a little bit of a pattern recently. I think Charles Cross was in that kind of grouping. Devin Witherspoon was a surprise. I don't think many people were thinking cornerback. I know you had mentioned Devin Witherspoon as like a surprise pick.
Yeah, because I'm a ball knower.
That's right. Stacy Ross calling that shot a couple of years ago. But, yeah, I think the Seahawks didn't overthink the situation, and they looked at it and was like, yeah, this is our best pick. And I think also, too, this is an investment for not just 2025, but for the future. I mean, to have so many young guys on your offensive line, I think that's going to be a good thing as they kind of grow together. Continuity. We'll talk to Ray Roberts about that coming up at 1 o'clock, but you got to have continuity on your offensive line. And when you've made a first-round investment in your left tackle and in a guard, like these guys are going to be here for a while.
Brady, one thing that became very clear last night from Mike and John is that the Senior Bowl really put them on to Grey Zabel. Cut 26, here's Zabel talking about what he felt he showed at that workout.
And I thought I went down there. I think I showed my versatility, my hunger to be a good physical offensive lineman, and then my ability to kind of improve throughout the week. I mean, it was a little bit of a step kind of going up against guys like that. But at the end of the day, you come to realize, like, playing this game of football, everyone puts the shoulder pads on the same way and everyone wears a helmet. And if you're a good physical football player, you're going to have success. And that's what I just wanted to go down there and show.
Brady, I think there were maybe some people that were wondering, well, God, if you just saw one great week of workouts and a good performance at the Senior Bowl, and that's all it is, what if that's not enough? But I think what I gathered, and I'm curious as to whether you did as well, is the Senior Bowl is where they kind of, the eyes opened wider, but I mean, they were aware of this guy, and then from there, you build on that knowledge, right? It's not like the Senior Bowl was a week ago.
Yeah, and it wasn't the end-all, be-all. But that was a big part of it. And, again, because he's coming from an FCS program where,
Sure.
you wonder, like, okay, you see the testing numbers, the 36.5-inch vertical jump. You see the play on tape against that level of competition. And yeah, I think the natural question is, okay, what does this look like when he's playing against better players? And so the Senior Bowl answered that question for them because he, again, more than held his own by all accounts. And in some cases, there's reports that he was actually dominant in the Senior Bowl. And, John Schneider mentioned last night that, he was the practice player of the week. And I think for those who don't understand it, like the Senior Bowl, it's not just the game itself on, Sunday or Saturday. It's the week of practices leading up to it that are a huge part of the evaluation because, you just get players practicing against one another. You can see them up close. And so there's the practice that, I don't know, in some cases may be more valuable than the game itself. But what happens is, sometimes, as John Schneider was saying last night, guys who have really good weeks of practice, they say, okay,
yep, pack it
I'm
up,
good.
go
yep,
home.
I can only hurt myself from here. Yep,
Mm-hmm.
I help my draft stock, and all I'm doing if I play this game is I can only hurt myself, or I could actually get hurt, and you're only, like, there's no real upside. He stayed and he played in the game, and that reminded me of something that Schneider said a couple years ago when they drafted Charles Cross, 9th overall, was that throughout the pre-draft process, Cross really took on every single challenge. He ran the 40. He took part in everything. He didn't shy away from anything. And I think that really gave them an idea of the kind of competitor that Charles Cross was, and that really stood out to them. I think that Grey Zabel, especially during that Senior Bowl week, stood out in kind of the same ways, as that the guy was not afraid to do anything, wasn't afraid to take on any challenge. And I think they got a real sense of not just the player, but the competitor as well.
All right, we have some more sound from Grey we're probably going to get to later in the show. As a reminder, we have a 5-hour show today. Brady is here with us until 2 p.m. Curtis and I are taking over from 2 to 3, and then we are leading you into pre-draft coverage where Bob Stelton is hosting a panel of Brock Heward, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman. And yes, they will be with you through both rounds of today's draft. Seahawks with picks number, Brady, remind me, 50,
52, 82, 92.
That's so many twos in there.
I know.
It's too many for me, for my comfort. All right, still to come. At noon, I want to dive into, meaning this next conversation, where
Some
the
Busch
Seahawks...
Lights?
Some Busch Lights.
Oh.
We're going to crack open some Busch Lights, okay?
It's a Friday.
And then we're going to talk about how the Seahawks can still round out the roster, some moves we'd love to see on day 2, and you guys can just look at positions if you want. Like, I'd love to see wide receivers added. I'd love to see, whatever it is added. And then we're going to take a look around the NFL, what some other teams did in round 1 of the draft. And then Ray Roberts is going to join us at 1, as Curtis said, to talk about the offensive line, where they go from here. All of that coming your way next.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Seattle. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton, and there is a big event coming up, and you are going to want to be there. I'm talking about live MMA at Muckleshoot Event Center. That's Saturday, May 24th is when it's going down. Get ready for heart-pounding, edge-of-your-seat action as the fiercest fighters step into the cage for a night you won't forget. I'm talking stunning knockouts, merciless submissions, and pure adrenaline. This is going to be wild, folks. You don't want to miss it. You can get your tickets right now at muckleshootcasino.com, and trust me, you're going to want to be there for every moment.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit revivemenshealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks have 4 picks today in rounds 2 and 3 of the draft, beginning with pick 50. Then you got 52, 82, and 92. Draft coverage starts at 3 p.m. live right here on Seattle Sports. As a reminder, that'll be a panel hosted by Bob Stelton, consisting of Brock, Dave Wyman, and Michael Bumpus.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Let's do a quick temperature check of this roster as we head into the rest of the draft. Day 2 beginning today. Our live coverage will begin right here on Seattle Sports at 3 p.m. Bob Stelton hosting that one. You're going to hear from our former Seahawks and current analysts, Michael Bumpus, Brock, Dave Wyman. They're going to take you through rounds 2 and 3 of the draft. Again, 4 picks on board for the Seahawks. In the meantime, you've got your pre-draft show. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. We've also got ESPN's Brady, Henderson. And guys, as we look ahead, let's talk about what we have already here in Seattle. Questions that are answered, meaning what the roster looks like, where some of the depth concerns are, and then we'll talk about maybe some under-the-radar concerns for this team. And by that, I mean pieces you want to see added on day 2. You don't have to name a specific player if you have one in mind. Feel free to say it. But I will ask you guys if you want to address a position group, if you want to see them trade up, trade back, moves you might want to see for this team. So we'll start with this. State of the roster. We'll go Brady, and then Curtis, I'll get to you. I'll get to you.
Whatever's left for you to talk
Brady
about, I guess.
Choose the meat off the bone here.
I'll just be like, yeah, I agree with Brady. Back to you.
Brady, we actually talked a bit about this yesterday. We had a very short show, so we were able to kind of do like a State of the Union kind of look at the Seahawks here. What so far is working with the roster? And if you're John Schneider and Mike McDonald, where do you start to go, it's a little thin over there?
Their roster's in a good spot in the sense that I don't think that now that they have taken Grey Zabel, certainly there's more work to be done on the offensive line. I think that is another position they could go back to. And John Schneider said something yesterday. He started to say something and then he stopped himself, and it almost sounded like he was saying, yeah, there's other interior offensive linemen that they like. He didn't say that. I wondered if he was about to say that and then stopped himself. So, but I think with Grey Zabel, you could go line up on an offensive line and be okay. With whatever, with Olu at center, with whatever, whatever, either Haynes or Laumea, maybe not Bradford, but either Haynes or Laumea, you could play football right now and I think be competent, more than competent on the offensive line. I think there's not an obvious spot on their roster that is so bare to where you would say you've got to come away with somebody
nothing in that cupboard
on day 2. I mean, or at least in round 2. Certainly there's spots where, they need to add some depth. I think cornerback is one of those. Again, you could go play right now with Josh Jobe. You saw Josh Jobe start for them, or at least serve as the third cornerback for the second half of last season. He was fine, but that's an area where they definitely could use more depth, and that's why Siobhan Revel Jr. from East Carolina, the guy who maybe would have been a first-round pick had he not, hurt his knee, coming off the serious knee injury, may not be ready to play right away. But a guy with that talent, and in a situation like this where he may not be ready to play, you wouldn't really need him to play right away. I think, again, that could be a good pairing.
Curtis, Brady says cupboards are pretty stocked. Now it's just about really improving things. Do you see it the same way, or do you see some more obvious holes on the roster?
I think there is a good start to everything here, but you can never have enough depth. I think that is something that every NFL team is looking for. I mean, just look at the Eagles and what they were able to do, just with the waves of talent that they have on that team. It's not just the starters, but it's also the backups that are ridiculously good as well. And, I mean, they're just adding to it by taking Campbell in the first round. To me, I think that depth can be improved on the defensive side of the ball. I think they've got great starters along the defensive line. They're just a little old. Leonard Williams, I think DeMarcus Lawrence, Jaron Reed. I mean, those guys are not, Nwosu
is not a young guy either.
No, exactly, and he's very banged up too. He's who knows if he's going to be available to start the season again. So you're going to need, I think, somebody along that defensive line to just fortify things, and then also be a able body, especially as we kind of wait to see whether Nwosu is going to be there. Also, I think wide receiver too, once you get past Cooper Kupp, it really kind of drops off. I know Jake Bobo is somebody that a lot of people kind of want to see an increased role for, but I think just seeing the available talent at the top of round 2 when it comes to the wide receiver class, I think you can find somebody who's going to be impactful among that group.
Yeah, at wide receiver, I think there's definitely a need there for size and or speed. And if you can get a guy with both, that's great. If you could get DK Metcalf, that's great.
Yeah.
No, but
if you could
this
call the
roster could
Steelers,
really use a guy like you.
yeah, no, but I mean, I just look at it as, Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba. Again, I'm not trying to like typecast those guys as pure slot guys, because we've seen they've been more than that. We've seen JSN win on the outside with some catch a game-winning touchdown pass against the Eagles a couple years ago on Monday night on the outside. I think Cooper Kupp has been used in that way, kind of similar. So I'm not saying those are pure slot guys that are redundant on the roster, but they are kind of those like more average type body type guys without elite speed. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is a bigger body type with pretty good speed, but he's also 30, 31 years old, whatever he is, and he's on a 1-year deal. So you need, I think there is a need, or at least a spot for somebody who is big and or fast. Yeah. And if there's a guy who's both, maybe that guy's not available in the second round, but I think they could use some size and some speed in that receiver core. And maybe it's one of those, kind of like raw guys who has a lot of traits but needs some time to develop, because again, you've got 3 guys who you're going to be counting on this season.
Yeah.
And this is an offense, by the way, at least in Clint Kubiak's recent history, don't lean on a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. It's more use an extra tight end, use a fullback. So you may not, like, that third receiver may not be a guy who you need to play 500-600 snaps. So I think there's an opportunity there to get, maybe you take a flyer on a guy who has some incredible traits, but maybe is more on the raw side, who needs some time to develop. Or you could go get Brock's guy, Jalen Knoll, who would be plug and play, maybe not like the ideal size speed guy, but like that seems like a guy you could plug and play, and he would learn your offense right away, and he would be in position, even though there's some guys in that receiver core ahead of him, would be in position to really contribute right
Stacy,
away.
I know during the lead up to yesterday's first round, Colson Loveland was a name that you had said.
And he went top 10.
He did
I
go
should be
top
a GM.
10. Exactly. How do you feel about the tight end room right now?
Not great. I think I'm intrigued by AJ Barner. Obviously, I want to see what he can continue to do, and we're going to end up having a conversation a bit later on, hey, don't forget the toys you already bought, right? The shiny new thing is who we're talking about this weekend, but you've got guys you want to continue to develop, and becoming a Super Bowl team is going to depend a lot on what those guys do. AJ Barner's in that group. That being said, you and I have both at times defended Jimmy Graham, who did nothing wrong.
He did nothing wrong.
Not because we are massive Jimmy Graham fans, but because I think Jimmy Graham's time in Seattle and then the lack of tight end production since then has highlighted what's been an under-the-radar issue for the Seahawks and their offense, and the way that the Seahawks pay tight ends. The Seahawks have sometimes paid tight ends for very little production, and not only that, but have not found much production from that position since Jimmy Graham. Maybe you say, okay, well, Jimmy Graham was here, clearly as a pass catcher, even though they asked him to block a little more than you'd love. And no one was going to be looking to Will Dissly to be that same kind of tight end. Sure, there were different expectations for both players, but you also paid Will Dissly. You quietly made him one of the higher paid players on this team. You also paid Noah Fant. You quietly gave him a contract. Brady, you've talked about it. It's a little uncomfortable right now sitting on that, cap hit when you're looking at Noah and what he has or hasn't done for you. And Noah gave you the yardage, but not the touchdown production.
Yeah.
I just wonder, and I've talked a lot to Bump about this, like, are tight ends central to what, Kubiak is trying to do? I think of what Kittle means to San Francisco, and I think Shanahan tree, but obviously it's much more complicated than that. And maybe we're looking more to, build up your run production or whatever. But I just feel like it's been this under the radar issue, and for all the hate Jimmy Graham gets and how polarizing that trade was, fairly, he is the most productive tight end in Seahawks history.
By a wide margin.
By a wide margin. In 3 seasons, across 3 seasons.
Yeah, and in terms of Noah Fant, so remember they brought him back on a 2-year, $21 million deal. What was that, 14, 15 months ago? He is making $9 million this season with a roughly $13.5 million cap number. I just continue to think that cap number for the production they've got out of him, 1 touchdown in the past 2 seasons. Now, granted, I think you could argue that he took a step forward as a blocker last year and gave them some help in the run game. And, he has, even if he has made some plays as a pass catcher, even if the touchdown production hasn't been there, but by and large, that's a pretty big cap number for not a lot of, maybe not as much production as you would like to see for a guy making that kind of money. And I have wondered if they have been hanging on to him through this draft, saying like, okay, what kind of, are they open to the idea of moving on from him? I have zero intel. I hope nobody hears this and thinks that I'm reporting this. I'm just saying.
It's what I'm assuming. I'm going to do a snapshot. ESPN's Brady Henderson reporting the Seahawks going to take LSU's Mason Taylor in round 2.
Well, that wouldn't be the first time that somebody has misconstrued what I've said. No,
like a big graphic.
Yeah, this is just.
They're going to take Jack back. Brady reporting they will draft only white players in rounds 2.
No.
I'm going to make it real problematic, Brady.
No. I'm just purely wondering, just based on the cap number and the production, I just wonder if that's an area where they could, if the cap number could leave him vulnerable, especially if a guy like Mason Taylor or Arroyo is there for them on day 2. Arroyo seems like their kind of player, a guy who can, kind of a dual threat as a tight end. Sounds like he's got that dog in him.
Yeah.
Maybe Teteroa McMillan doesn't, but Elijah Arroyo.
Shots.
Do you guys, we've talked about, obviously, Curtis brought up tight ends, and I always love that conversation about production or lack thereof there. We talked about wide receivers, what the room looks like, but that kind of short-term feeling of that security, you know what I mean? Cup being a short-term solution, MVS probably being a short-term solution, and the need for Brady, I thought it was a great point, like maybe a developmental piece there. We have not talked a ton about the running back room. Later, I know we're going to talk about Ken Walker a bit and some of these veterans, but I do wonder if you kind of overcrowd the room intentionally. And all of a sudden, Kenny Mack's looking over his shoulder and, maybe you start opening up trade talks. But for such a deep running back class, one of the deepest we've seen in years, it's so hard for me to think the Seahawks don't walk away with one, even today.
There's no doubt they're going to draft a run. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind.
You think round 2?
And again, I am not reporting that. That's
Brady,
just
stop reporting misinformation on this show. I will not stand for this.
Yeah, when we heard
just clickbait.
Matt, is there a way that you can chop up what Brady just said and make it say, I am reporting the Seahawks will draft a running back?
Yeah, have an email to ready to go to Freezing Cold Takes in case they don't. But I'm just saying, like, John Schneider is on record talking about how deep and strong of a running back class this is. Ken Walker going into the last year of his contract. Kenny McIntosh, really talented guy who hasn't, frankly, forced his way onto the field yet. And so there's definitely a spot for it. And who knows, maybe even a spot for it earlier than you would have assumed, just given kind of how solid that group looks at the moment.
I like to envision John Schneider seeing the Raiders take Ashton Genty in the first round and being like, oh, you like running backs, huh? We'll get a load of this.
Everyone likes running backs now.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Well, Travion Henderson still there on day 2. No relation, by the way, but Travion Henderson still available on day 2. There was some kind of late movement towards, draft analysts saying, hey, maybe this guy sneaks into the first round.
Are you guys interested? I'm just going to mention a couple names. These would be earlier. I've seen Jack Beck. I joked earlier, but I've actually seen him mocked to Seattle once.
I think Mel Kiper had him.
Yeah. Yes, at 50 he had him. Yeah. You're right. Kyle Williams out of Wazoo, obviously, a name. Luther Burden, I think, will go before the Seahawks have a shot. He's the third best receiver available. But I heard Lance Zierlein really heap a ton of praise on him on Move the Sticks recently. Are there any particular names? It could be one of those 3 or another spot where you go, I don't even know if he's going to be there for the Seahawks, but I'm kind of watching this guy on day 2. For instance, maybe for you guys, it's Shedeur Sanders or Will Johnson. And the Seahawks aren't going to take them because they're going to go, maybe 33, 34, 35. But you're kind of looking on day 2 to see what happens with this guy.
Yeah, and we just, the bottom line is we just never know, like, how far these guys are going to fall. Because, if, like, a lot of people would have thought Shedeur Sanders up until a week or so ago. A lot of people, or maybe 2 weeks ago. 9. Yeah, a lot of, so you just never know how far a guy is going to fall. So, yeah, if I would also assume that somebody like Will Johnson and Luther Burden would go before the Seahawks pick, but you never really know. And I think Burden is a fascinating player. I think I heard the same thing you did about Lance Zierlein, talking about how, there's more there for him just compared to the way that they used him. Was a lot of like short underneath routes where you get the ball in his hands, and maybe the quarterback play wasn't all that great there. So, Luther Burden seems like a pretty fascinating wide receiver prospect, a guy who, has the tools that you want at that position. Again, we just really hard to know how long a guy is going to last. But again, the Seahawks, they have picks 50 and 52 right now, but don't discount the possibility of them moving up, because we've seen them do that before. And in a lot of cases, we've seen them, they've identified guys that they really like on day 2, and they've moved up for those guys. And in a few of those cases, been home runs. Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, Jaron Reed are 3 that come to mind right now.
I'm just kidding. Curtis, do we think that a player that they take a shot on today could be a quarterback?
Quarterback, I don't think it happens in round 2.
I'll rephrase. Would you be disappointed to see a quarterback selected with one of these 4 picks?
Not at all. I would be.
You love mess.
I do. I love mess. I would love the conversations that come from that. I think if you take a quarterback in round 2, you are saying that guy at some point should be starting games for us. Whether that is this year or next year, that is somebody that you desperately need to pay attention to if that guy were to come to Seattle. But I'm looking at the quarterbacks available after Sanders. None of them really move me in the way that Sanders would. Tyler Shuck is old in terms of draft years. He's 25 years old. You kind of wonder how much room does he have to grow since he's already 25 at this point in his career. Jalen Milroe, toolsy guy, has very, one of those tools being his speed, which is jaw-dropping. But, again, I just didn't see it from him this year.
Here's my thought on Shuck, though. Actually, I'll give you thoughts on both those guys. On Shuck, he is 25, turns 26.
Yeah, he's old.
Yeah, so that's not quite Brandon Weeden territory. Remember Brandon Weeden was
he's like 28 when
27.
They
because he played baseball. He ended up going in the first round in, 2011. That was the extreme outlier. I think, though, nowadays, because of NIL, like it's, guys are more inclined to stay in college longer.
Yeah.
You still have guys who, took the COVID year.
So have that extra eligibility.
Right. So nowadays you are seeing players who are a little bit older when they come out of college. And so I don't think, like 5-6 years ago, the idea of drafting, spending a first or second day pick on Tyler Shuck, I think that would be that wouldn't be as like, I think that would be more of a detriment. His age would be more of a detriment. I don't know if it's as much of a detriment now, because players just are coming out a little bit older, coming out in the draft a little bit older than they used to. I think as far as the Seahawks are concerned, we heard from John Schneider at the owners' meetings. In fact, I asked him this question about like only taking 2 in 15 years. And part of his answer was about how they've kind of been deterred by the idea that college, or, quarterbacks, because of, I think, the way the offseason is set up now, because they haven't had an NFL year for a long time. These guys need so many reps that they just aren't able to get. And my thought is, okay, if that's been a deterrent, if that's part of the reason why you haven't taken a quarterback, well, that would seemingly be less of a concern with someone like Tyler Shuck, who played 7 years in college. He's going to be more mature.
He's a year younger than Sam Darnold.
Right. Yeah. This guy has had quite a
He was
few
born
reps.
in 1989. It's like wild.
Yeah, and he's played in some offenses. I had this conversation with Brock Heward the other day. Like, he's played in offenses that have some pro-style concepts, Louisville, Oregon. So if that has been a concern, I would think that would be a little bit less of a concern, maybe with Tyler Shuck. The question is, are either of those guys, Milroe or Shuck, going to be there at 50 or even within striking distance? Let's look at the, let's just look at the second round order.
Board.
Yeah, you've got Cleveland picking 33rd.
He could take a quarterback.
Yeah, and 36th.
Raiders at 37.
The Raiders at 37. The Saints at 40.
Where do you guys think Milroe ends up going while we figure out where Shuck could go?
I think at some point in the early or middle part of the second round would be my guess. I keep going back to the fact that he went to the draft. I don't think he would go to the draft if he thought he was going to go and last day until 3. The end of the second round, or certainly not day 3.
Yeah, I mean,
certainly not third round.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right. If you're a team like New Orleans, where you're entering this season just kind of in a spot where it's like, we're going to be bad. Like, we know we're going to be bad. We know Derek Carr's not going to be there. I mean, it might be worth taking a shot on a quarterback in the second round. I think we've seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the Browns doing that with Deshaun Kaiser the year that they went 0-16. And then the following year they went and drafted Baker Mayfield, number 1 overall. If you're New Orleans, you might as well take a shot on a quarterback. What's the worst that can happen this season? You already know you're probably going to end up being bad and probably having a top 5 pick next year in a deeper quarterback class, or at least that's what we're being told about the class of 2026. So I could definitely see the Saints coming away from the second round with one of these quarterbacks that's atop the boards.
The Rams at 46 too, another team that could be in the market for a
I
quarterback.
thought that, granted, they ended up trading, and then the Giants obviously take Jackson Dart, so they could have taken a quarterback there. But I had seen so many mocks that had the Rams taking that quarterback that I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Stafford is almost my age, so he's
old.
Yeah, he's not,
so
well,
old.
He's ancient. Yeah,
you're 17.
Yeah, and it sounds like
I was in high school when he was drafted.
Yeah, the way that they
okay, Brady, we're done.
The way that they keep kind of restructuring his contract, it seems like they're very much on kind of a year-to-year plan with him, whether that's them wanting to give themselves an out, whether it's Matt Stafford maybe giving himself the ability to walk away from the NFL. So bottom line is, they need. I think Jimmy Garoppolo is their backup. He's not he's a backup. He's not a long-term succession plan. So. Yeah, I think the Rams at 46, yet another team picking ahead of the Seahawks in the second round that could be in the market for a quarterback.
With New York drafting its quarterback that we just mentioned, Jackson Dart, is Russell Wilson still the starter? Brian Dable answered that question. It's coming your way next.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Grey Zabel.
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware. This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both. Yes! Only on Seattle Sports.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One, unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One, unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and a Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that, you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
taking a look around the NFL, and we are going to start with the New York Football Giants, who have a brand new quarterback. I know that people were really surprised to see that pick was Jackson Dart, not Shedeur Sanders. That camera always going to Shedeur throughout. Brian Daboll was asked, obviously, about what this means for Russell Wilson, who was brought in to be this team's starter. Is Russell still taking over? We actually already had a listener who texted in a question about Will Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson. Cut number 12. Here's what Daboll said.
Yeah, I'd say that'll play out. Russ will be our starter, and that's how it'll be once we get started here in the spring. And, look, the process of developing a quarterback is just that.
All right, so asked if they're going to sit Jackson a year, he says, yes, Brady, yes, Russell Wilson is still our starter. So no Russell Wilson for Jackson.
Yeah, and, I mean, you think even if Russell were to struggle, well, remember they signed Jameis Winston as well. So, yeah, I think that is ultimately in some ways a good situation for Jackson Dart because, I mean, on one hand, he's not going to get on the field anytime soon, you wouldn't think. And so he may be a little bit disappointed in that. But if you're of the mind that quarterbacks, especially coming from certain types of offenses in college, are better suited to sit and wait for a year, then I think that is a good situation for Jackson Dart. And then when you also factor in the idea that, okay, you didn't take him third overall. The Giants didn't take him third overall. They took him 25th. Granted, they traded up into 25, so they gave up a little more than the 25th pick. But the bottom line is, I don't think there's going to be nearly as much pressure on him to come in and play right away than there would have been had they taken him or some other quarterback number 3 overall.
Curious what you guys think of this. I think that there's this idea, a very fair one, that you want to make the most of the rookie contract your quarterback is on. Quarterback is the most expensive position in football. When you have him at the cheapest and youngest he'll be, obviously you want to get the most out of those 4 years and then tack on an extra year for your 5th-year option. However, I think one thing that we forget is how much a bad year on a bad team can hinder that performance. So there's this idea of, you want to get, you're wasting a year if he's not playing. Well, wait a minute. Are you setting him back if you do play him and this team is nowhere near ready?
Yeah, that damage that he could potentially sustain in year one, not talking physical damage, but just, mental, where he's just taking his lumps as a rookie, getting sacked like crazy. I mean, that's hard to undo. I mean, we saw Trevor Lawrence have a really rough rookie season, and that's a guy who everybody thought was a sure bet to make it in the NFL. Now, his second year, he did play a lot better, took the team to the playoffs, but I do kind of wonder the damage that was done with Urban Meyer as Jacksonville's head coach. Like, where would Trevor Lawrence be as a player if, like, Doug Peterson was their head coach right away as a rookie? I think the Giants are doing the right thing here in stashing Jackson Dart. I kind of wonder, though, how's Russell Wilson going to be as in this mentor role? Like, that's not something he's ever had to do before.
Brady, what do you think? You've covered the entirety of his career.
That is a really good question. I don't know. I would be curious. I would pick the brain of my colleague at ESPN in Pittsburgh, Brooke Pryor, for that, because he was in something of a similar situation last year with Justin Fields, who, that was, I think, a little bit different because, Fields had a much clearer path to starting, and he ended up starting the first 6 games. So, that is, you would think, and maybe you would hope that at this stage of his career in year, 13?
He's 36, so
he's 36. He's clearly not like anyone's long-term answer at the position. You would think that the guy would have enough grip on reality to accept the fact that, you're sort of in that bridge kind of mentor role.
I have questioned Wilson's grip on reality before. However, I also think that the fallout in Denver and then what happened with the Steelers, even for someone who is built and thinks the way Wilson does, has to humble you. Like Russell Wilson going from his final year in Seattle to this year in New York would be like, get out of my way. I'm the starter. But I do wonder if there was a humanizing. I see him differently now. And not just as a passer, but I empathized for him. And I thought, God, this feels like everyone's jumping on this guy now. Like, he's not that bad. Leave him alone. My own opinion of Wilson started to change when the kind of piling on continued. And I wonder if his opinion of himself did.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you've now seen 3 teams move on from him in the span of what,
4 seasons?
4
Yeah.
years. Yeah. And the most recent team to do so was not a team that's all that well set at quarterback.
Yeah.
In the Pittsburgh Steelers.
We have an announcement. The schedule release has been announced. We will know every team's 2025 schedule on May 14th. If you guys could have one question answered about the schedule, what would you want to know about the Seattle Seahawks? May 14th.
Do the Seahawks play an international game?
Yep.
I think Ireland would be the likely one.
No, I think the more likely of the two, just the sense I've gotten, is that if they do play an international game, it feels like to me that London at Wembley Stadium, I believe it is, against the Jaguars, that would be more likely.
I think you mean London against the Jaguars.
Yeah, the Jaguars, yeah. But yeah, that is, it's that, and then the number of primetime games. I think, we'll get a sense of how relevant the NFL schedule.
Selfishly, I'm wondering if there's an
holiday
international
game.
Well, that or an international game, because my wife is traveling with the team for the first time this season. So if it's an international game, it's just me and the girls for an entire week. So
yeah,
wow, yeah.
Best of luck.
Gotta lock in. You may not hear from me much outside work hours.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Roger Goodell told the Pat McAfee Show the league will be expanding the Christmas Day NFL games from a doubleheader to a tripleheader in 2025. The league plans to schedule games on the holiday every year going forward. I know.
So even when it falls on like a Tuesday?
Presumably. And guys, I know that players and reporters probably aren't super keen on Christmas Day games. As a viewer who no longer, I'm sorry, Brady, has to cover this team in person, I dig it. I really do.
I think this is kind of a flex by the NFL because what sport has
NBA.
long owned Christmas Day? It's
NBA.
It's the NBA. Well, the NBA, I don't know. It seems like that product is kind of suffering, and the NFL is only growing and growing, and the NFL is growing to the point where they're saying, yeah, we're coming after Christmas Day. We're going to try to own Christmas Day. It does get interesting when you talk about, like, okay, what happens if that's on a Wednesday?
Right.
I think you can make any other day.
This last year was Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, and so you got to kind of work around that.
But now you've got 2 more teams that you're adding to that schedule, too. So if it's a triple header on a Wednesday,
well, and what they did
this
last year is they had the 4 teams that played on Christmas Day play each other the week prior, and it was on, I think, a Friday or a Saturday.
I just think it becomes, to Brady's point, so impossible to schedule. Like, how do you make... There will be at least 1 or 2 teams that are going to do that whole, 3 games in 10 days situation, and they're not going to be happy about it.
No, you're certainly going to... Some teams are going to feel like they got the short end of the stick, but I think that where there's a will, there's a way, and where there's opportunity for the NFL to make more money, to get more eyeballs on that, I would love watching football games on Christmas Day. I'm covering them. I've done it a couple times.
Not a fan.
It is what it is. Yeah, I'm happy to be able to cover any NFL game, but the idea of watching a football game, an NFL game on Christmas Day, that sounds pretty good.
I think it was a couple of years ago when the 49ers were here in Seattle on Thanksgiving Day. They also had a Christmas Day game, too, against Baltimore. Playing Thanksgiving and Christmas in 1 year? That was
the game where Mike McDonald's Ravens defense
that was
shut down.
I watched that game thinking they know. Oh, San Francisco. The Ravens-Seattle game was when I was like, do they know everything Seattle's going to do? Yeah. It was a tough watch. Goodell also told Pat McAfee he thinks the first round of the draft should be sped up to 7 minutes per pick, with the option to add 2 minutes only once. Brady, how do you think that would go over with NFL GMs?
Not well, because if they're having a hard enough time making trades at the rate that they used to, I think cutting down the amount of time that they have to field those offers and to weigh the offers, I don't think that would be received really well. I did look. It's one thing to talk about like pace of play in golf when it feels slow. The first round of the NFL draft doesn't really feel slow to me.
It felt like it went quickly yesterday.
Well, and they used to have 15 minutes before picks. That's back when the draft was all day Saturday.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
It'd be 15 minutes between picks, and you're just sitting there. Pick 4 happens an hour into the draft.
I just don't know that the NFL, to your pace of play point, we have the conversation about keeping things interesting and spicy and paying tribute to shorter attention spans with almost every sport. But we were just talking about the NFL taking over Christmas. The NFL doesn't have an attention problem.
No.
They've got people locked in.
And there's so many things to talk about in between those picks. Do you ever watch NFL draft coverage and feel like, God, these guys are really searching for something? And no, there's a whole. I mean,
they do a great job.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't feel like a problem. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
ESPN's Peter Schrager gave his most surprising pick of the first round, cut 10.
I'm surprised, guys. It takes a lot to surprise me at no point in this process, and I am secure enough to tell you at no point in this process did I hear Mason Graham to the Browns in any shape, way, or form, and that's why we love the draft. So Mason Graham goes. All draft process was considered the best interior defensive lineman. Then I had thought and heard that his stock might be dropping and he might come out of the top 10 because of the physical traits.
Wow.
He's not tall. He's not big. And if you walk in a room and you saw him walk across the stage, he doesn't look like he's a menace. And then you watch the film, and all the guy does is just destroy things.
Curtis, were you and Peter Schrager just complaining about this privately after the draft? Because you were also very shocked Mason Graham or that the Browns accepted the deal and they pivoted and took Mason Graham.
Yeah, I think if I'm trying to make my team the best that it can be in 2025, I think I'm going Travis Hunter over Mason Graham. That's just me. Call me old school.
Yeah.
I don't see the vision.
All right, when it comes to the NFL draft, I know we spend a lot of time talking about these new rookies, but there's a more important thing we need to remember from this weekend. That's coming your way next.
And that is the ball game.
Make it 5 straight series wins. Red hot.
Dylan Moore will score. Here comes Randy around third base. He scores. Mitch Garver.
The Mariners bring the mojo back home to T-Mobile, opening a 3-game weekend set against the Marlins. Tonight, first pitch at 6:40, and we're your home for baseball's hottest team, your Seattle Mariners.
They are rolling.
Seattle Sports. Hear every game on 710 and the app.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
This is Steve Amman, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power battery store, and we promise to help you.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds.
And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here and it's time to make some changes. I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to 1 pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Roland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Uma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Uma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Uma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Uma.
Nice. Find your business comm at uma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
ESPN's Brady Henderson in for Michael Bumpus. You've also got Curtis Rogers today. And guys, I know that we have a lot of new rookies we're going to talk about when this weekend is done. Come late Saturday afternoon. Curtis, when you get off air with Maura and Mike Lefko, you guys are going to have a full draft class upon which to reflect for the Seattle Seahawks. However, I thought that the most important thing to remember as we go through the draft and head into Sunday and the rest of the offseason is you can't depend on rookies. And guys, I don't mean to downplay the great contributions this team might get from this class. What I mean to do is say sometimes we get very shiny new toy energy when it comes to new draft picks. Oh, what's Grey Zabel going to do for the offensive line? Yeah, I'm excited to see too, and I'd love to see him win a starting job. But if I'm being really honest, this team gets closer to being a contender with additional development from guys like Devin Witherspoon, from Christian Haynes, I don't know, Ken Walker. When you guys look at this roster, who are the guys you're looking at going, yeah, Grey Zabel, good for you. That's awesome. But I'm looking at fill in the blank to move this roster forward.
Well, I don't know if he's going to move the roster forward, but the guy you mentioned there is kind of an interesting spot, which is Christian Haynes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you draft a guy in the third round, you're expecting him to start within at least a year or two, I would say. And I know that in their minds, they are more confident in him. They still have more belief in him than I think the average, observer would, who saw him really be unable to hang on to a starting job. They gave him every opportunity to win that job at right guard, and he just wasn't able to do it between, Anthony Bradford, and then Anthony Bradford got hurt, and then it was Satawa Laumea that ended up grabbing hold of that job late in the season. So there is, I think, some thought that, there's still enough talent there and enough power, even though at one point Ryan Grubb questioned the power. I think they feel like he still has the tools to potentially be a starting caliber player, but I don't think by any means are they counting on that. And so I think that they are going into day 2 with an open mind of, hey, if one of those guys, if Tate Ratledge, from Georgia, the big nasty guy, I think he's got a mullet, SEC, football, very proven kind of guy. Like if he's there, yeah, I think they could very much, draft another interior offensive lineman. Jordan Wilson, the center from Georgia, who's a guy they brought in for a 30 visit. But I think I just say Haynes because you brought him up there. Like I wouldn't totally count out Christian Haynes with a new coaching staff, more committed to developing, more committed to, I think, putting their offensive linemen in better positions to succeed. I would not totally count out Christian Haynes. I also don't think that Christian Haynes, because they spent a 3rd-round pick on him last year, that they're going to like force the issue and hang on to the idea that he's definitely going to be a starter and keep them from doing anything in the draft.
Yeah, Curtis, it feels like, again, the continued development of not just these offensive linemen that they've brought in, but of multiple pieces on this roster is really what helps propel this team forward.
Absolutely. And I think I'll go defensive side of the ball. I'm looking at a couple of guys, the linebacking core, Tyrese Knight, somebody who was sort of thrust into the starting role at the end of the season, held his own to finish out the year. But his continued improvement is going to be big for this Seahawks team, especially if they, think that they have this thing figured out in the linebacking core with him and Ernest Jones. That's a spot that I look at. And then continued development. I mean, he's had some really great moments. He's also had some moments where he's left you scratching your head, but Reek Woolen, I mean, you're entering a contract year. Like, this is where you can really set yourself up and really make sure that you're somebody to be reckoned with, not just here in Seattle, but around the league. And I think his continued development is going to be something that this team really needs. And I think just the responsibility of being a starting quarterback in this league is one that I don't know if he's fully grasped yet at times. So I think that, to me, is somebody that I'm looking at like, hey, if this guy can put together a full season's worth of production, I mean, you're going to be set up pretty well.
And maybe it's someone like Byron Murphy. Last year around this time, we were talking about Byron Murphy, 16 overall, joining the Seahawks. Best defensive player on the board. Best defensive player on the board. You're really going to help this run game. And then the year goes on, and other things take your attention away. The run game improved, but in part because Williams started having this amazing season. You, at the trade deadline, went and got Ernest Jones, and Byron Murphy had a comparably quiet season. And then you get focused on a new draft class, and we kind of just have this like short attention span. But that's not the way that NFL teams nor NFL players look at the issue. This segment was in part inspired by, I did this casino event, Muckleshoot Casino. We were like hosting, it was Lofa and Cliff, Averill, obviously, Lofa Tatupu. And I was asking them a question about like, hey, what kind of contributions do you expect from these players? And, in what way can Seattle take a step forward after this weekend? And both of them were like, I mean, yeah, like you can add talent, but Cliff was like, I don't even call a rookie by his name until year 2. So like the idea that, as a fan, you can completely understand why you get really excited about a draft class, especially it's during the off season. It's quiet. You're like, champing at the bit for new NFL news, and then you get new players to talk about. So I get it. But NFL front offices are looking at guys they might have to dole out contracts to. NFL players are coming in here going, it's year 2 for me, and now I get it, and I'm ready to dive in. Or it's year 8 for me, and I'm a leader on this team. Like, right? Like, they're looking at the rookie going, hey, Gray, welcome, but, like, go get my pads and bring them in. Like, you're not coming here to save this team. So I just think it's an interesting way to shift the conversation as we talk about this weekend, too. Here's a draft that ideally they knock out of the park, but this isn't what fully closes the gap for Seattle.
Yeah. And the question you asked at the start of it, I think Byron Murphy is the answer to that. They, in terms of who was going to carry this roster forward, like guys who were already on the roster, Byron Murphy taking a big step forward this coming season would go a long way towards doing that. And I look, if you're just judging Byron Murphy's season off of a half sack and whatever he had, a couple tackles for loss, not the best way to assess this season. I think that he was doing some of the dirty work, playing on the nose. I think part of it was that when Leonard Williams got hot, they were riding the hot hand. And as Mike McDonald has said, when you're putting Byron Murphy in there in passing situations, that sort of means you're probably taking Leonard Williams off the field. Yeah. And you just got to a point where you cannot conscionably do that. You can't take the guy who's making big plays left and right off the field. And so I think he was to some degree a victim of that. But that is also on the coaching staff. You've got to find ways. You drafted this guy 16th overall. You didn't do that to have him eat up blocks as a nose tackle. You drafted him that high to let that guy make plays, and you've got to find ways to do that. And to Curtis's point earlier, Jarran Reed's over 30 years old. Leonard Williams is kind of in that same ballpark. Nwosu is not quite that old, but he's been banged up. Like you need the next wave of younger players to take the next step on the defensive line. And Byron Murphy is really the face of that. Yeah. And I think, again, they're set right now. That you could go play right now and be pretty solid there, if not pretty good on the defensive line. But there's definitely a room for some young blood in there, because you just wonder, like, how much longer are some of those guys going to be doing it?
I don't know about you guys, but in part, I wanted the Seahawks to get, a pass catcher because, it's a horrible choice and I shouldn't be a GM, but also it's easier for me to watch pass catchers than to try to decipher how an offensive lineman is playing. So we figured, well, why don't we ask someone who knows how to do that better than anyone, a former offensive lineman, Ray Roberts. He joins us next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Will Sam Howell play for the Seahawks in 2025?
If I had to bet today, like crystal ball, no. I think he gets moved.
Every day at 7:45.
Sam is trying to see, can I still be a starter in this league? And I bet you once that Drew Lock deal gets done, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sam's people reached out to John and the personnel department and said, hey, find a better spot for him.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, now extended through April 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event, extended through April 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Discover LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and a Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners open a series against the Marlins today. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m. Pregame show starts at 5:30 p.m. That's going to be right here on Seattle Sports. On the Seattle Sports stream or YouTube beginning at 5:30, you can find live coverage of rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft, a panel hosted by Bob Stelton, including Brock Heward, Michael Bumpus, and Dave Wyman.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Big Ray Roberts joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Ray, I have to imagine a former NFL offensive lineman is happy to see an offensive lineman drafted by the Seattle Seahawks, especially in the first round. What was your reaction to the selection of Grey Zabel?
Well, I had some folks over at the house, and everybody was talking and carrying on, and I made everyone it was as quiet. I mean, you could hear a pin drop hit the ground. I'm like, I need to hear exactly what they say when they make this pick. And so when they made the pick, I was super excited. Like, I just really love the dude as a player, and I know that people have their metrics and data and all this stuff about best player available and all this other kind of stuff. But sometimes to get those best players available to be able to do their jobs, you got to get some freaking enforcers up front, and they got a dude who is exactly that.
So, Big Ray, I imagine you've gotten to see some film on him. What stands out to you about the play of Grey Zabel?
Yeah, the thing that I liked about him that was different than some of the other guards is that his initial explosion off the ball. He has like a really quick first step, and he really has a lot of explosion with his contact with his hands, the way he includes his hips in it, like almost like a power clean kind of a motion. There's a lot of energy in that, and that's a hard thing to teach. Sometimes you either have that fast twitch muscle reaction right there, or you don't. And he's able to do that with a lot of power, with a lot of force, with a lot of quickness. He's athletic. He's a tall kid. at guard, but he's able to, bend at his ankles and knees and waist to keep his leverage down. And so there's just a lot of good things about him. And then I'll say the other thing I like is that the Seahawks said that he was going to play guard. If they had come up with like this whole, like, we're going to see where he fits thing, I'm telling you, like, it sounds good to have a player that can play all 5 positions and things, but you don't do the guy any favors when you do that, because they end up not being great at anything. And they just become serviceable at everything and not great at one thing. And so I think they need a guard who's a guard who's a guard who's a guard, and he's that dude.
Yeah, and by the way, I can confirm that Ray was a big Grey Zabel fan before they made this pick, because I was talking to Ray off to the side about this. So Ray was a Grey Zabel guy. Make no mistake about it. Gray, I almost called you Gray.
Gray Roberts.
Ray, yeah, Gray Roberts. Ray, we kind of heard from McDonald. The impression I got from McDonald talking to him about the pick afterwards was that he seemed to kind of, maybe not downplay, but he seemed to kind of like try to make it clear that this wasn't just about the outside zone. Like, that was not the deciding factor in, them picking Grey Zabel. I would imagine it to some degree was a factor, but my question to you is, like, how good of a fit do you think the skill set is for how they want to play up front?
Yeah, to be honest with you, Brady, like, this outside, inside zone stuff has been a little bit overstated, bro. Like, obviously, you need a skill set to do it, but I didn't see any guard, even the kid from Alabama, that couldn't block the outside zone. Sometimes you just become good at what people are asking you to do, and then they just assume you can't do the other things. I played in the zone system from my first year to my last year, and I played with Howard Mudd, who was one of the best at teaching it. And we blocked inside zone, outside zone, whatever you wanted to call it. And I've played with every type of body style and speed and ability and athleticism. I've never played with a dude that couldn't do it. And so it comes down to, like, whether you can coach him up to do it or not. And so I think this staff has enough confidence in their ability to coach the dudes up that you got to get good football players that can play football. And the thing that I love that John said about him is his desire to finish. When I look at offensive linemen, the first thing I look at is whether or not they can bend, athleticism, lateral movement, and all that kind of stuff. And then the next thing I look at is, how bad are you trying to put a dude on his back? Like if some guys get into the block, they go 2 or 3 steps, they let it go, and they watch them play, and they become spectators. Other dudes are just more interested in trying to see how many times they can put your number on the ground. And he's that type of dude, and that matters. That matters a lot. That's what I love about Abe Lucas, is that at the end of the day, he's trying to inflict pain. It's not a fun game to play. It's not a game for nice dudes. Like, it's okay to say, like, I'm trying to knock the hell out of this dude. Like, that's part of it. It's a freaking fist fight. And this dude is up for the fight all the time, and I love that.
Would adding just Grey Zabel be enough for you, Ray? Are there other offensive linemen? You don't have to have names, but would you like to see additional offensive linemen selected over this weekend? Or do you kind of like the group they have heading into, I guess, a couple months in training camp?
Yeah, well, I mean, just on the history of the offensive line here recently, they've had a bunch of injuries. And so that has impacted, a couple years ago, they got off to a great start, and then dudes started getting hurt, and Abe Lucas couldn't play, and it really impacted their ability to kind of get going and stay going. And so I do think you have to have some other dudes to start building depth, but also, like, the whole Pete Carroll thing doesn't go away, this always compete thing. And so you need people to make them uncomfortable. Like, yeah, you're the starter, but man, like, this guy's pushing you to you better keep showing up to keep your job. And so what got you here is not going to keep you here. So I think that has to play a little bit into it as well. So that idea around competition and the idea around just the depth because of the history of injury with the offensive line in recent years, I think you have to at least add 1 or 2 more bodies, even if it's just for training camp, so you're not like beating up on the dudes that you're going to lean on during the season.
Ray, one knock I've seen on Grey Zabel is the number of penalties that he's had over the last couple of years, 15 in total in his last 2 seasons at North Dakota State. And as we know, some of those can be drive killers, false starts and whatnot. How do you coach that out of a guy? Is that something that you can sit a guy down and be like, okay, stop doing this? Or is that just something that is on the player and being like, okay, I will stop doing this?
I might be the last dude to ask that, bro, because I have been known to false start quite a bit, and so I think it comes down sometimes to like just your concentration and your focus, what you're doing. If it's false starting, I know for me, it wasn't a matter of like forgetting the count. It's just like, man, you have to get out there to block Derek Thomas. This dude running 4.5s and 4.40s, and so you have to get your big self out there to block him. So you try to jump the snap a little bit. So in that regard, holding and things like that was never my issue, but I do think that some of it just it can be a technique thing. It can be a focus thing, even focusing on the technique, or it can just be like locking in on the snap count and stuff like that. I can't say that I have like, some plan that you can coach it out of them, but it, fines help too. Like I stopped getting in fights and kicked out of games when the fines got big. And so, so that helps as well. So, but, I just think that the positives that he brings, because the other part too is, there's a big sign in the Seahawks facility that says they want to play like no one wants to play, and he's that type of dude. He is a guy that brings the physicality, but he also brings just the mentality. And I think this offensive line needs a mentality. There's too many dudes on the offensive line that just kind of quiet dudes, kind of go about their work, and there's not a whole lot of expression in how they go about their work. And this dude is a character. He seems like, he doesn't mind speaking up and talking and those types of things. And all that stuff matters too. Obviously, people go, well, that you can't measure that and all this other kind of stuff. But you can't measure out, when you're freaking putting someone on their back, you can't measure how bad they want to get out the game either. So I think that's an important part of what he brings to the table.
And Ray, let's go back to just the decision itself. And I'm going to ask kind of an open-ended question here. But
yeah,
as everybody listening knows, the offensive line has been a huge focal point of conversation. And John Schneider had the comments last week about how he feels like maybe there's been too much attention on it or too much hyper-focus on the Seahawks, in particular, their offensive line need. Just how do you view the pick in terms of all the attention that's been on that particular spot in Seattle?
Well, I'd like that it appears that maybe John has some perspective change on it, because the last few years, the conversation around especially interior offensive linemen around here has been at a deficit kind of a conversation. It's always like, yeah, they're good, but my eye is on this shiny object over here all the time. And so I think it's really hard to kind of say, put value on a player when they're already starting below the baseline of everybody else. And so then you say, like, well, we have these other dudes rated higher or whatever. It's like, well, damn, they started out rated higher. So how am I ever as an offensive lineman going to get to the top of your board if I'm already starting from below the mark? And so I think at some point, after how many ever years that you struggle, man, I think there's a quote that says, like, to get something you've never had, you got to do something you've never done. And so sometimes that means you just got to go against what you think, or you got to go against conventional wisdom, or you got to go against what the popular thing is to do in order to get to the places you want to be. It's great to have all these fast dudes and receivers and running backs and quarterbacks and all that kind of stuff. But, man, look at the last couple of years. When you don't have time to throw the ball, it really impacts the game. If you can't run the football, it impacts the time of possession. Now your defense is on the field longer. And so the more chance the other team's on the field, more likely they're going to score more points. And so it's just like there's more to it than just like these RAS scores and all these calculations about, when a player might be available. It's like what – and it may sound like a need pick, but sometimes you need what the hell you need, and you have to go get it. And so I think that they really needed this player. He does meet all the metrics. He can jump out of the gym. He's a fast, quick, athletic dude, and it just so happens that he also has the mentality that goes with it. Because I think it was a pick before him, the kid from Texas A&M or whatever it is, the pass rusher who everyone was saying is like test off the world. But
Shamar
when you
Stewart,
look, he had like 3 or 4 sacks. Yeah, and it's like, well, he can't finish. Yeah, okay, well, then I want a dude that can finish. I don't care if he's 2 seconds slower than him, but he can finish the freaking play and get the sack. You can talk about pressures all you want, but sacks into play. And so I do think that, sometimes we get over-informed with all this information, and it kind of talks you into bad choices and talks you out of good ones. And I think that they made a good choice this time.
You mentioned Grey Zabel jumping out of the gym, 36.5-inch vertical jump. Also, the broad jump was over 9 feet, I think 9 feet 3 inches. How rare is that kind of explosiveness for an offensive lineman? And what does that really matter when you talk about, okay, how does this translate to how he plays?
Yeah, well, I think it matters when you look at, like I said, like his first step, that explosion that he has, and the way that he can, keep his power angles. So if you're able, you can bend at the knees and your ankles and your hips, and you can keep that posture and then explode out of it with power. That's where you see like the vertical jump come out of. Obviously, he's not going to be jumping over defensive linemen and linebackers, but just the explosion that he has that goes, through his feet into the ground, and then vertical, that translates into drive blocking. It translates into your first step. It translates into his athleticism, translates into the ability to stick to a block. Some dudes can fire off the ball, knock you back a foot, but then they can't stay connected to the block. You can get off and make the tackle for a 2-yard gain. But he has the ability to stay connected throughout the block. It would be kind of like a DB stand in phase, if you want to call it, when they're covering receivers. So stand connected when you're blocking a person is super important too, because you can keep them, further engaged and out of the play and get more movement and all that kind of stuff. So that's where you can see like the vertical and that his first 10 yards in the 40, you can see all that stuff translated into his ability to be a good blocker.
New Seahawk Grey Zabel getting the stamp of approval from Ray Roberts at Big Ray Roberts on X.com. Follow him for the latest from the Hawks. Obviously, reaction to the next couple rounds here. Thanks, Ray.
Absolutely. You guys have a good one.
Thanks, Big Ray.
You too.
Thanks, Ray.
The Seattle Mariners are back at T-Mobile Park starting tonight, kicking off a 5-game homestand with matchups against the Marlins and Angels. Action isn't just on the field. The homestand brings exciting giveaways, including the City Connect captain's hat and Moose Shoulder plush, plus 2 special Mariners value games where you can score great deals. Don't miss a moment of the action. Grab your tickets now at mariners.com/tickets. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Jags made the biggest move of the night by trading up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter. What's the real headline?
The involved in the draft, not just with the first pick of the second round, but they have pick 36 as well. So 2 of the first 4 picks today are going to be Cleveland's.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Shedeur Sanders still on the board at the start of day 2. What's the real headline?
Shedeur might be Colorado's most prolific single-season passer, but so far 32 teams are pretty good at passing on him.
How much is his dad at fault for this?
I think his dad is at fault for it. So earlier when we talked about this, Brady, you pointed out, I thought was a great point, that maybe we shouldn't be so shocked by him slipping. And it's funny how we call someone falling when sometimes they're just kind of going back to where some people initially had them projected. So it's falling from the hype as opposed to falling from what they should be.
Right. Like, this is where he's been in the eyes of NFL people the whole time.
Yes.
He's only falling on, like, mock draft boards because you know, the draft analysts, the observers, had him too high in the first place.
Right. So to answer your question, Curtis, I think that there is a bit of Deion involvement there with the hype, but the slip itself, I think we've heard rumors, Tom Pelissero reporting that he had some bad interviews, but I think it's more that people saw him and went, yeah, like, you know, he's got a good arm. You know, I think it's why people did favor the pick by the Saints. You know, you get to play in the dome. Maybe he can really succeed there. But he's not mobile. He's not super athletic. He has some good decision making, but also takes quite a bit of time to make his throws, which is why he took so many sacks. Like, there's enough red or orange flags there for teams that it makes sense that if his last name were not Sanders, he would be a second-round pick.
Yeah, and then you factor in, you know, just all the extra attention that's going to come on it, and is Deion going to be in the coach and the GM's ears saying, put my kid in, you know?
Right.
Like, so.
Oh, Curtis, is that what you think might be happening?
Potentially. I think teams just don't want to have to deal with that circus for your backup quarterback. You never want to invite that kind of attention for a guy who's not going to be starting, and it makes a distraction for the starting quarterback because you're always looking over your shoulder. It's almost similar to the fanfare around Tim Tebow when he came into the league, where he was drafted in Denver. I don't think he was drafted to be the day one starting quarterback, but eventually the chance for him to come into the game for the Broncos became loud enough to where it was like, well, I guess we kind of have to. I think, what was it, Kyle Orton was their starting quarterback, maybe?
Yeah,
while he was there. And I think anybody who's watched football would say Kyle Orton is a better quarterback than Tim Tebow, but it just got to a point where it was like, well, we'd spend a first-round pick on this guy. We got to get him in there.
Yeah, and it just reminds me of something Dave Wyman said. You know, remember Dave Wyman played in Denver. He played with John Elway. John Elway was the team's GM who ended up, I think, moving on from Tebow. And Dave Wyman said Tim Tebow was so popular in Denver that the decision to cut him almost made Denver Broncos fans turn against John Elway, the greatest quarterback in franchise history, 2-time Super Bowl, Hall of Famer, all that. So, yeah, I think to the point of, like, the sideshow and just the name, and yeah, that just seems like, certainly in Seattle, I think that is a headache that John Schneider would just never subject himself to having.
A very quick third headline.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Pete Carroll couldn't help himself and took Ashton Jenney at number 6 with his first pick as Raiders head coach. What's the real headline?
Man's got a type, Brady.
Need that running back.
He does, but is this a Pete Carroll pick? I mean,
Might
just
be a
think
spy
about.
check. Yeah.
Well, just think about. I mean, I think the Raiders are such a fascinating team because talk about having a lot of cooks in the kitchen. Okay, you've got the general manager. You've got the head coach who, for his entire coaching career in Seattle, had personnel power. You've got the main owner in Mark Davis, who has always been one of the more like front-facing owners. So he obviously is not somebody who just sits back and says, "Okay, everybody, do your own thing." You also have Tom Brady, who is now a part-time owner. That is a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and so I sort of pushed back at the idea that this was a Pete Carroll pick. Yeah, certainly it makes sense that Pete Carroll. We know Pete Carroll to love running backs. Spent a first-round pick on Rashad Penny in Seattle. Had 2 very productive running backs at USC. I just wonder, like, there are so many people involved in the decision-making process there that I don't know who made the call there. And that's a fascinating dynamic because, it's one thing when you have a coach and a GM. Like John Schneider and Pete Carroll made that dance work very well for so long. But even then, I'm sure they along the way, you got in interesting situations where you just don't see eye to eye. Now add 2 more people to that mix.
Make it messy.
Yeah.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
Day 2 of the NFL draft picks start at 4 p.m. Plus, the Mariners take on the Marlins. Pregame at 5:30. First pitch at 6:40 right here on Seattle Sports. Hype Train coming your way next.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Grey Zabel.
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware. This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both. Yes! Only on Seattle Sports.
The American Band, the legendary Grand Funk Railroad, is rolling into Muckleshoot Event Center Wednesday, August 6th with special guest Jefferson Starship. Don't miss this night of classic rock that defined a generation. Get tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com. Grand Funk Railroad with special guest Jefferson Starship. Only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi power boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Matt, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most, how much do you hate Curtis and I being on for 5 hours today?
I can't even calculate the number.
Well, you get Brady, but then Brady's going to leave.
Yeah, Brady's gone after 2 o'clock.
And then you don't have anyone on your side anymore.
Brady, please don't leave. I need one professional to work with today, please.
I got to go. Sorry.
He has to go. He has work to do.
Yeah, he's a professional.
It's okay, Matt. It'll be fun. We're going to have so much fun from 2 to 3. It's going to be a great time.
So much
Let's
fun.
Head to the station for Hype Train. Brady Henderson in for Michael Bumpus today. And Brady, I think you know the rules of this game, but I'm going to repeat it just in case. I'm going to say a trend or a prediction.
Okay.
And if you agree, you're going to say, I'm boarding this train, and then Matt is going to sound a train engine, and then you're going to explain, like, this is why. It sounds like this. This is why I think this. So, like, this isn't one of them, but let's say yesterday I go, Cam Ward is going to be the #1 pick, and then I'm boarding this train. I don't see anyone, not choosing that. So you're going to go, and then Curtis will go, and I'll do a quick one at the end, and we're going to go through. I've got 5 here. Let's see if we can get through them. First Hype Train into the station. The Seahawks trade up in the second round.
I am going to not board that train.
Okay.
I'm going to not board that train. I thought
Curtis picking up his luggage.
Yeah, I thought long and hard about it. Long meaning for approximately 1.75 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think they could. I think the one thing we've heard, the history says they could. The fact that they've got extra picks says they could.
Mm-hmm.
I just got the comment. It seems like this part of the draft, sometimes there's kind of a similarly clumped players where you've got the same grade on a guy you could get at 37 versus 52, so I don't know. I think they could. I'm going to say no.
Curtis, the Seahawks trade up in the second round. Brady not boarding this train. Can't bring himself to do it. Are you boarding?
I've consulted something that's never let me down once. Vibes. And I am going to say yes, they do trade up in the second round. We're boarding this train. I think they trade up within the first 10 picks of the second round, and they come away with Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden.
Ooh.
That is who they take in the second round.
I like the pick.
You heard it here first.
I like the move. Always fun to trade up. Trades are always fun unless you're losing them.
Who can say who's a winner and loser?
You are the only one aboard this train.
Right.
I don't know why I'm siding with Brady. I feel like this is one of those days where they want more bites at the apple.
Well respected in his field. And
but you know what? For the sake of conversation, I do hope it happens. It would certainly make for fun post-draft coverage. Let's get to our next Hype Train here. Browns on the board with the first pick of the second round, and they will take Colorado's Shedeur Sanders. Brady, you boarding this train?
Now
keep in mind, the Browns are choosing at the number 1 pick today and also the 4th pick today.
Right. And is that the pick? Did they get that from
Jacksonville?
in that trade?
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm going to say that with one of those 2 picks, I mean, you're not really neither of Houston or Tennessee. Those are the 2 teams picking in between them. You wouldn't worry about either of those 2 teams picking him. Theoretically, you could worry about...
So you boarding for the Browns take Shedeur or Sanders?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to board for them, with one of those 2 picks.
With one of those 2 picks.
Yeah.
Okay, Brady is aboard. The Browns taking Shedeur Sanders. He says, I don't know if it's with the first pick, but they got 2 in the first 4, so he sees them.
If you're going to take him with the first pick, because otherwise you leave yourself vulnerable for some other team to jump up.
Yeah.
So, yes, boarding.
Okay.
I'm boarding in like the cargo hold, though. I'm not buying a first-class ticket on that.
Hanging on, it's like jumping on a train and you're hanging on to the caboose.
You're not going in the sleeper car.
Yeah.
No, I'm riding the rails.
Curtis, are you boarding this train?
Yes, we're boarding this train. The very first pick of the day. We're not going to have to wait much longer to hear Shedeur Sanders' name called. Cleveland needs something in that quarterback room because you're probably not going to see Deshaun Watson this year or really ever again in a Cleveland uniform. Joe Flacco is not really any sort of representation of the future of that organization. Sanders at least gives you some hope heading into 2025, 2026. Who knows where the Browns are next year? They do have that extra Jacksonville pick in the first round in the 26th draft. So, look, if things don't work out with Sanders this season, you maybe flush it and try your hand again at picking a quarterback next year. So, I think there's less risk.
And real quick, like I talked earlier about how I just don't think the Seahawks would have the appetite for dealing with all that drama. Well, it's just pure mayhem in Cleveland, so they got to.
They're used to it.
Like,
they're like,
why not?
This is comparatively calm.
Yeah, we just traded for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And
So you're telling him he doesn't have lawsuits again? We'll take him.
Yeah, I mean this is a walk in the park for them.
I'm boarding this as well. I think that the Browns and Shedeur just make too much sense, and that's. Obviously what everyone's expecting. I mean, we've been watching coverage on NFL Network, and that feels like the number 1 conversation they're having is assuming that he's going to go to Cleveland, and I think fairly so. Next type train into the station. We've talked about the Seahawks. We've talked about quarterbacks. Now we're combining both. The Seahawks will take a quarterback today. Brady.
Again, we've talked about it earlier. I don't think it's impossible. I think that's more of like a luxury pick at this point. And I think it also could be a case of like if you have a handful of guys that you really want to draft, whether it's running back, tight end, receiver, whatever, and you get wiped out on all those guys, then maybe you sort of more so settle on a quarterback. I could see that, or if you're sitting there in the 3rd round and one of those guys, Shuck or Jalen Milroe, is somehow still sitting there, then I could see it. But I don't think that they are going into today thinking, got to take a quarterback. I think it's
not
more
confident boarding this.
Yeah, it's just the board's got to fall in line with them. And again, because it would be more of a luxury, like take a swing kind of pick. So I'm not boarding that train.
The Seahawks will take a quarterback today. Brady says, sure, anything could happen. Maybe someone falls to them, but he's not anticipating it. Can't bring himself to board this one. Curtis, are you?
I don't see it happening. I'm not boarding this train. I think day 3, there's a better chance of you seeing the Seahawks take a quarterback. But day 2, I still think it's a little too early considering the talent that's on the board right now. I think they let those quarterbacks go by just as I'm letting this train go by.
Yeah, I'm not boarding either. I think it would be fun for the sake of conversation and my job to have another quarterback to talk about here in town. It's just a spicier conversation. I think that we're going to see this team take even potentially like a running back or a corner before they take a quarterback. And I wouldn't be mad today if it was addressing wide receiver and cornerback before you get to any of that. So, all right. No more time for another hype train. That's okay, though. We've got what I need to know. We're not done yet, but we got to get Brady out of here. So if you got some questions for Brady as well, make sure you get those into the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. Text all of your questions. It can be any question, but I know we've got a lot of draft questions you guys are thinking about into the Mac and Jacks text line now.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Grey Zabel.
Yes! Yes!
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware.
This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both. Yes, bro! Yes! Only on Seattle Sports.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. Well, what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, duh. But how do you get the most money you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to customers. It's such a great offer, but how are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front, then buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn. Let them do the work. WayscarFord.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mike Salk here, and luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining and entertainment, and elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost relaxation. Plus, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's award-winning outdoor summer concert series is back with amazing artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. This summer, overlooking the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley, snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Michael Bumpus here, and golfers, how does a golf handicap level up your game? First, it levels the playing field so you can compete with golfers of any skill level. 2, shooting par isn't realistic for many of us, so a handicap can set achievable goals on your actual skill level. Lastly, tracking your progress helps you set goals towards improvement like I have. You can get a handicap index in 3 easy steps. Sign up for a handicap ID, post your scores, and after 3 18-hole rounds, you got it. To learn more, visit wagolf.org/710.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line. That number, 866-979-3776. This is our last segment with Brady. So, Brady, quite a few of these are for you. You guys can still catch more from Brady. Follow his coverage, ESPN.com, at Brady Henderson on X.com. Curtis and I taking over from 2 to 3, and then we will send you to live draft coverage. As a reminder, because I did get this question earlier, someone said, okay, look, if I'm not crazy about the draft, how do I check the Mariners? You're in luck. The Mariners will still be right here on Seattle Sports. If you're tuning in for the draft, it's going to switch to the stream on YouTube or the app, seattlesports.com. So
yeah, there's a nice little split stream you can do on the app. You can pick either the Mariners broadcast or the draft.
Yes, which is very cool, and it's why you need the app. But if you're listening like in your car, it'll switch to the Mariners pregame and then the Mariners game. What I need to know, Brady, congrats. You've been named GM for the day, says one listener. You did it.
Hey.
John Schneider out of a job, but just for 2 picks. They want to know who you're taking at 50 and 52. I'll allow some wiggle room because my prospect list is not that deep. You could also go with like what you want to see them do.
Okay, in some order, the guy, I'll stick with a couple guys I've mentioned so far. Siobhan Revel Jr., the cornerback from East Carolina. I've been saying it. I think it's a really good marriage of something of a need, but also a team that doesn't need him to step in right away because, again, coming off the knee injury, he may not be able to do that right away. And so, super talented guy who, again, probably would be a first-round pick if not for the injury. I think it feels like a good pairing to me. And then I want to see – I love Brock Hurd. I want to see Brock happy.
Me too.
Jalen Knoll, the wide receiver from Iowa State,
Yeah.
one of the 2 wide receivers from Ohio State. Higgins is the other guy. Higgins may be kind of that more of that developmental guy that I was talking about, but in terms of a guy who could come in and you could plug him in and he would play right away and he'd be a pro and he would give you production, that's Jalen Knoll. So I want to see in some order Revel and Knoll on 50 and 52. When I say I want to see it, I don't really care what they do because I mean I care to the extent that I'm going to cover it. It's my job to cover it, but I don't like, I'm an impartial observer in all this.
Get your questions into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776 for all of us. Do y'all feel John Schneider is an even better GM without the shadow of Pete Carroll? In other words, Schneider might have the freedom to construct the team his way, which in the long run is for the betterment of the team.
Better?
Tough question, but good.
I don't know about necessarily
I don't
better.
think we know enough yet. It's been one draft.
Exactly. We need a little bit more to definitively say whether or not he's better post-Pete or with Pete. Hard to be better than what they were together. I mean, that's the most successful era in Seahawks franchise history. I think he walks around with a little bit more juice, I want to say. He seems to have a little more confidence, I guess. Well, I've got final say. Like, no one can go above me now, so maybe there's a...
I was going to ask Brady, do you see the same difference?
I really have, for the long, I always had the impression, just based on from what I heard, that for the most part, Pete really let John do his own thing in the draft. So I don't think, the biggest difference, the biggest impact of Pete Carroll no longer being here in terms of the final say and how that all works, I think that probably impacts them more so in free agency and and also with Schneider having oversight over the coaching staff, I think it matters more in that sense than it does in the draft, because I think Pete Carroll was, for the most part, always deferring to John Schneider and his scouts.
Oh, squeeze in a quick Mariners question. When Polanco is fully back, do you keep Ben Williamson at third?
I think so. I absolutely think so.
Great play the other day.
Really good defensively.
Yeah.
And the bat has been there.
Surprisingly, I've been blown away by the production so far. He's not like, he does have a home run, but it's not like he's necessarily hitting bombs everywhere. But I thought, okay, great defense, and then we'll see what he can bring.
It doesn't look like he's swinging a pool noodle. Yeah. That's how that's the best way you can handle it.
What I need to know, dear Brady Henderson, says this listener, when is it appropriate to go driver off the deck? This has become a topic of great debate Sundays amongst my group.
Gosh, driver off the deck.
Brady's like, good question.
Anytime I see people doing that, I'm amazed, because I cannot imagine making any sort of solid contact. Like, whenever you want, if you want to show off.
Brady's like, if you're that kind of person.
No, the whole
sure.
idea is like if you're trying to reach a par 5 and 2 and you can't get there with a 3-wood. But you got to be able to do it.
Totally,
and it's just so hard because they're just not meant to be hit off they're meant to be teed up. So if you can do it, do it.
Stacey, you
just don't break your driver doing it.
Oh yeah,
exclusively.
That's how you rip the tee off the sledge weight.
Yeah.
That's how I putt. I putt with my driver, so that's why I'm a very aggressive golfer. I only use my driver and my 7-iron, just those two.
They say about a 7-iron.
That you can
beats a 6.
I always say that.
Yep.
Heck with the draft, says another listener. I need to know about Brady and that boat life. Does he wear those cool boat shoes? Who's your choice for fending off? When you're out there? Do you have a good deck mate?
What shoes? Like Sperry's?
Yeah.
No,
I
have.
You don't lean into boat life. Do you just introduce I'm Brady and I have a boat?
Funny, I have owned Sperry's before, but actually not since I've lived on a boat. Those are supposed to be like boat shoes.
Do you own a sextant? You can like kind of chart the horizon.
Do you just tell people?
I don't
ahoy?
know what a sextant is, so that's my That's all I know. I know I don't have one because I don't know what a sextant is.
Rank these. What I need to know. Again, a non-draft question. Cheese related. Mac and cheese, grilled cheese, cheese quesadilla. Rank the 3.
Oh, grilled cheese.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Grilled cheese. I mean, that's just
what over mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is number 1. You guys are crazy. Where'd you put mac and cheese?
2, followed by a cheese quesadilla.
Yeah.
Cheese
3.
quesadilla,
the grilled cheese tomato soup combination.
Yeah.
Off the beat.
I think that's mine is slightly reversed, but I also have cheese quesadilla at 3. What I need to know. The NFL always overdrafts quarterbacks. With so many quarterback-needy teams passing on them this year, only 2 taken so far. Is this one of the worst quarterback classes ever?
Well, if you compare it to, it's just so different than last year. There's 5 guys who went in the top half of the first round. I think John Schneider's point when he was pushing back at the idea that it's not a good quarterback draft, certainly no one would argue that it's as good at the very top as last year. But I think it does seem like there is a middle class this year, and Tyler Shuck and Jalen Milroe are in that group. And as it turns out, Shedeur Sanders is as well.
What I need to know. It's a good question. I don't know that there's an easy answer. What's the crossover between the amount of talent a player has and the amount of drama a team is willing to tolerate with that player? How much of an overlap is there? Like if you're a first team All-Pro.
Yeah, well, it depends on the team. I mean, that's the more the better you are, the more rope you get.
Yep.
I don't know exactly. I mean, it certainly depends on the team, and I think there's probably a good actual conversation to have about the Seahawks right now and their capacity. I talked about it with quarterbacks, but I wonder just headaches in general, like when you just dealt with DK Metcalf and Geno Smith and all the drama that came with those 2 guys.
Did they not like each other?
Oh, I don't. Well, I mean, yeah, there's rumors about that. I didn't mean like with each other. Just
but both of them have so much drama.
Both of those guys, those guys were not low maintenance guys.
Yeah.
And I just wonder where this team is at. I think it kind of feels like it's gone in cycles where like Okay, so after the Legion of Boom, let's just have a quick conversation about this. After the Legion of Boom, and remember we talked about Earl Thomas and how poorly it ended there, and it was, they had to deal with some situations. I think they got sick of dealing with those situations, overcorrected, and when you look at the guys that they drafted in 2017, the 3 defensive backs, all kind of lower key, lower maintenance personalities.
Totally.
And I think as they realized later on, probably overcorrected to the point where their locker room lost a bit of its edge. That was part of the reason why they wanted to go get Jamal Adams. In addition to being a heck of a football player, he brought some edge back to their locker room. But again, you also saw that with Jamal Adams, that also came with some headaches. And so I just wonder where they're at in terms of that cycle. Are they at a point where, okay, you have now, again, dealt with the headaches. What's their capacity going to be like to deal with more of those?
We're going to kick you out, but it's because you have work to do for ESPN. You're going to go cover rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL
Thank you for taking
draft.
us this far.
Yeah, we appreciate you hanging out with us for 4 hours today, Brady. You have been awesome. We have learned a ton from you sitting in with us, and we'll still be following your coverage if you guys want more from Brady. ESPN.com. Brady obviously going to be over all of these picks with recap coverage, and I'm assuming a nice post-draft something or other on ESPN.com that you guys can check out.
Yep.
Curtis and I sticking with you. That's next. Don't go anywhere.
The first round's in the books.
The Seattle Seahawks select Grey Zabel.
I'd ask Brock how he feels, but I think the world is aware.
This guy is your starting guard.
Today, live second and third round coverage starting at 4. Draft coverage continues on YouTube and the app at 5:30 when the Red Hot Mariners return home for the first of 3 against the Marlins on 7:10. The app lets you listen to both. Yes! Only on Seattle Sports.
What do you get when you assemble 400 new and used RVs with over 1,000 floor plan options, plus manufactured homes on 20 acres? You get the best chance to save all year. The Puyallup RV Show, May 1st through 4th. Free parking. Get tickets at PuyallupRVShow.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile, well, they have Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and out on the go. So get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most. Maybe the coffee shop, the grocery store, or at the game. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for a year with no contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T Plus. Ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Trident's up.
The Mariners are back in town, and you won't want to miss 2 great giveaways as they take on the Marlins. Score a City Connect captain's hat tonight at 6:40 and a Moose shoulder plush tomorrow at 6:40. Plus, grab value game seats for just $10 Tuesday and Wednesday against the Angels. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop